Oh, that.
That's the official bell.
It's the official bell. Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is our special Christmas stream. Cool. It's like a little sausage party here. So hopefully this all works very well, because I think this is the most we pushed it. This chat. We've got 7 of us in here. Okay, we've got Erik, David, Dimitri, Carl, and Pete. Thank you very much for joining us today. Yeah, this is something. We're talking Christmas movies. So, before we go ahead, let's explain what counts as a Christmas movie, because I think when myself and Dion were chatting about this, we said let's not bring in Die Hard.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Agreed.
I think that's a cliche. I think that is a cliche, and I think most people will say it because it is like that, the most well-known alternative Christmas movie. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe Gremlins.
Gremlins.
I didn't even.
Is Gremlins alternative though? It kind of like, I feel like it very much fits the Christmas canon at this point.
Yeah, me too. I think it's just a Christmas movie from the start, basically. As soon as it came out, it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
My official stance on Christmas films is if it's got a Christmas tree, it's a Christmas film.
Exactly. I totally agree with this.
That suits me really well, thank you.
Hey, don't worry about it. It makes it easier. But no, I don't know. Does anybody actually, before we start then, does anybody have like a proper guilty pleasure Christmas film? So
yeah, what do you mean, a bad movie that
a bad movie, but I
don't know whether my choices are bad movies or not. Till I have they come out of my mouth, then I'll know, won't I?
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see.
Okay.
I think there are quite a few.
One of my guilty pleasures is on the list. So is on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On your like top 5. Damn.
Hell yeah.
I was thinking something like Santa's Sleigh or Jack Frost, or like a Christmas. What's it called? Christmas Horror Story, something like that.
Yeah.
Like Santa fighting Krampus.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
that's another guilty pleasure.
Jack Frost is a trippy movie.
Do you want to hear a funny story? All right.
Go on.
My guilty pleasure is Miracle on 34th Street, the Richard Attenborough one.
Yeah.
It's probably going to come up on someone's list. I don't know. But
not mine.
I went to Sussex University, and Richard Attenborough is the chancellor of that university. So when you graduate, he gives you your certificate. And as I went to get my certificate, I go to him, mate, I loved you in Miracle on 34th Street. And he had a little chuckle. My mate, who went straight after me, goes, I loved you in Blue Planet.
Oh, God.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's hilarious.
I'm not sure it's the one, but I'm not sure if someone's picked it. So if they pick it, I'll bring it up. But it's not what I'm choosing. But
that's amazing.
And he was so sweet. He's such a sweet guy as well, Richard Attenborough. I mean, he was a national treasure for Britain. Like a great director as well.
Very true. That's hilarious. We've had David Attenborough up here for an honorary degree, but everybody just selfied the shit out of him. So.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Can I get a selfie, please?
Yeah.
Happens to all of us, but yeah. So who have we got here? Barlinda Hobbit is here. Jimmy D Bags, but Jimmy D Bags is actually Kuckerberg. So welcome back, Kuckerberg.
I love you.
I had to start a new YouTube as my Kuckerberg channel got taken down. Oh God, why?
Why?
Because he used the word cuck, maybe? It's like Twitch right now taking down streams which use the word cuck. And simp. It's weird. Like, I'm not sure if YouTube is like that, but Twitch started like banning people for that.
Yeah.
Okay. How random. Oh, Andre is here. Hello, Andre, and happy birthday again.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Andre.
Happy birthday.
Thank you for joining us on your birthday, my friends.
Oh, same with
That's
Dion.
That's dedication. Happy birthday.
Yeah. Who else have we got? Balin says Richard Attenborough was great in The Sand Pebbles. Which film was? Is it 10 Rillington Place? Richard Attenborough is in.
The Psycho Killer one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking as well, that film, after seeing how good he was, I was thinking, he played a psycho once.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Because he was creepy.
Brighton Rock as well.
Yeah, Britain
Brighton
Rock.
Rock. Oh, God, yeah.
That's why he's the Chancellor of Sussex Uni.
Oh, God. We got also a question. Home Alone, a Christmas movie. Hell yeah, Home Alone's a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
100%.
1000s.
Um,
Silent Night.
Yeah, I've had a question.
Yeah.
The Wizards of Oz. It's always on at Christmas, but there's no Christmas tree in it.
True. But
Say something about Titanic.
it's one of those weird films that is on every Christmas, isn't it, actually, when you think about it.
Great Escape as well.
But yeah, that's another one. Even the Wallace and Gromit films, they're always on at Christmas.
Yeah.
Really?
And you always watch them. Yeah, it's Britain. Yeah, you would watch them.
Yeah. They play them all, I think, all at the same time as well. So,
Yeah.
Wow.
You're in for a treat, my friend.
That's really good. Considering I'm not familiar with British traditions, hearing something like that, warms my heart.
Don't forget, 3:00 the Queen will talk to you on Christmas Day as well.
I love the Queen.
I'm so excited, man. Just over the moon.
What else have we got? Yeah, probably.
Especially considering what's happening on the 1st of January this next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
It's going really well. Do not worry at all. With experts dealing with it.
Experts in all 4 corners of this country.
I can't resist. Sorry.
God. Jingle All the Way with Arnold. Hell yes. I love Jingle All the Way.
The sequel.
Oh yeah, that's terrible though. Is that?
Oh, yeah. With Dolph Lundgren, I think.
Larry the Cable Guy.
What? Oh yeah, Larry the Cable Guy. Yeah, of course.
Kindergarten Cop 2 was Dolph Lundgren.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's terrible. Thingy we watch at Christmas time usually is Lord of the Rings. I don't know why. It's just the best time to watch them, I think.
Yeah, because it's winter and you just feel like sitting and watching epic movies.
Yeah, exactly. Have you watched the 4Ks yet, Carl?
No, not yet. I'm just waiting for the right. I want to try and get my kids to watch them, so I'm just waiting. And I don't care what anyone says. I like The Hobbit as well, so I'm going to start from the beginning and watch The Hobbit first.
Oh God!
You want the kids to get to Lord of the Rings? Really? That's great.
Yeah.
Are the kids not going to have nightmares from the Urukai? Because they still freak me out.
I think the Hobbit's not too bad, is it? Because a lot of it's they look a bit softer, don't they? It's all more CGI.
Friendlier.
When them ones in the Lord of the Rings, some of them are pretty scary, aren't they? So maybe we'll build up to them.
Yeah.
And Lord of the Rings, surprisingly, it has gore in it for a 12 rated film.
Yeah.
Even though it's orcs, it's still gore.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Jimmy
D Bags, it wasn't Sinbad and Jingle All the Way. Hell yeah, Sinbad and Jingle All the Way. Probably the only good film Sinbad ever made.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever watch Eric Andre's chat show?
Yes. You mean the Eric Andre show on Adult Swim? Yeah.
Did you ever see when he interviewed Sinbad? He's got a wheel.
I don't remember.
And he spins it round, and it was spinning for a good 5 minutes. One of the sections in it was moved to North Korea, and Sinbad just got so wound up that it was going for 5 minutes non-stop that he just went and stopped it. He goes, "Fine, I'll just move to North Korea." And it's I used to think he was a really funny dude, but after that, he was just a miserable git. I guess.
Oh my God.
I mean, sometimes I think the Eric Andre show, a lot of the times it is unscripted, but with some segments like the Tyler the Creator one, especially, he plays along with it. And I feel like it is somewhat scripted, but it is at its core, it is Tyler the Creator, crying over his long lost father, appearing in the corner. It's just some random.
Yeah. It is brilliant. Eric Andre show. I really recommend it for anyone. It's just bonkers.
Yeah. Jimmy D Bags picked up the 101 Films double feature Blu-ray set of The Silent Night, Deadly Night last week. Lovely set.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've never
That
seen
is a guilty
them.
pleasure.
Never seen them.
I haven't either. Always been
Well,
too.
I've heard the second film is 40 minutes of the first film, and then they add more to it.
Yeah.
that true?
The more part is specifically interesting in this case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, since there's so many of us here, shall we begin with the lists?
You're right.
Otherwise, we'll never finish this.
Okay, what's the order we're going in?
Well, we'll just go by the titles. I know. So Huss, Erik, Dave, me, Dimitri, Carl, Peter. Yeah? Is that how your titles look? Yeah?
Yeah.
Poor Pete.
Yeah.
We could, because there's 6 of us before him, he could end up having his list read out straight away.
It's okay. I've actually got tons of them. I've actually got a whole bunch of them. Plus some really obscure ones that are really pushing the Christmas thing to weird extremes.
All right then. Shall I start then?
Go on then.
Okay, I'm starting off with a favourite of the channel and the stream. It is Shion Sono's Love and Peace. Now, I had this on my list before Peter even mentioned it to me today, because it was like, I was like thinking Christmas movie, what should I have? But yeah, Love and Peace is on there. I don't know if anyone realises it's a Christmas movie, the bit in the sewers with the guy, the homeless man who brings the toys to life and he dresses up for Christmas, and he's, it's that Christmas day where he puts all his toys to sleep, should I say. Tragic scene. But it's like a really festive movie at that point. Is really festive, with all the toys along. Yeah. Do you guys consider it a Christmas movie, or did you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not seen it yet. It's on my list. It's his birthday today, isn't it?
Yeah. Happy birthday, Sean. I know if you're watching.
Andre shares his birthday with a master.
Yeah.
That's on my son to watch list. That one. I've got that Blu-ray somewhere. I've not seen it yet.
That's wonderful. Yeah. I knew I was hoping hell getting to it for Huss. It's just there's no way.
I thought I'd put it in there first because I thought some of you guys might have it on there.
Yeah.
Did Erik have it?
No, I did not.
Hey, good start then.
Hey, okay, we're winning. Interesting choice. Erik, what's yours then?
I'm going with a new one. I'm going with Batman from 2020. It's a comedy thriller. You basically have you got Santa Claus, and he's fallen on hard times. Santa is played by Mel Gibson, and he delivers a lump of coal into some little kids, under his tree, and the kid gets angry. Kid's kind of well off financially because of his dad, who's never around. So this kid gets mad, and he hires Walton Goggins to assassinate Santa Claus, and that's your premise.
I've not seen this. It sounds crazy.
So, yeah, it's actually on my video for the best of 2020. So yeah, it's really good.
Really?
Yeah, it's great.
Wow.
It takes
This sounds like the Liam Neeson film.
Yeah, but with Santa.
Yeah, it takes itself seriously enough. And a lot of the humor is like dry black humor. It's not goofy humor, most of it, which makes it kind of interesting to watch. And everybody kind of plays it straight and serious, which makes it, it makes it work, I think. The script, I think, is actually pretty good. If you just take it as a film, it's kind of methodical. It's kind of, I wouldn't say it's like slow paced, but it's deliberately paced and kind of sets everything up. And you get a little bit of violence in there, and I don't want to say too much about it, but this one kind of surprised me. I expected it to be kind of entertaining, but I actually quite liked it, and it might hit my yearly rotation now. Fat Man.
Nice. Wow. Okay. I've seen a few people pick it up, and I was just like, this looks like a direct-to-DVD kind of movie.
It's got a budget, but it's good, though.
Okay.
I'll have to check it out now.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. Damn. Okay. David.
I'm going to go with Anna and the Apocalypse.
Oh, fucker.
Tumbleweed. I'm not sure if it's a bad movie or a good movie, but I loved it. And I think it's like, I mean, High School Musical with zombies. It's got a big heart. It's got some really good songs, actually. And I think it is probably one of my favourite Christmas movies because I rewatched it again today just to remind myself I still loved it. It's hilarious as well. It's really funny. But I don't get it. I don't hear it talked about very often. I know, Carl, you sent me a spare copy, didn't you, mate? I think.
I can't remember. Yeah.
You must have it in your collection somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what you guys think, but I think it's a real good genre mix and just really unusual. I mean, it's like kids watch it, but it's got like, the bad language and lots of blood and guts. So it's a bit of a strange mix. I don't think it's very popular, but yeah, I love it.
I was surprised at how good the songs were. They're like really catchy.
Yeah, really strong.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah. Not that I'd like drive along in my car listening to them, but it was good for the film. But yeah,
and it's 100% a Christmas movie. You can't, it's got the zombie Santa at the end and all that. It's great.
Yeah,
okay.
Love it.
Good.
Dion's not impressed.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I tried to watch it. I tried to watch it the other day, and I switched it off after about 15 minutes.
Ooh.
I wasn't in the mood. I love musicals, but I just wasn't in the mood at that time. I don't think so.
You have to get into a bit more. It takes what you used to. But by the time it hits like the 20-25 minute mark, that's when it really kicks in.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it's great.
It's been on my radar, but I'm not.
It's on Sky free. If you're a Sky movie subscriber, it's on there for free.
What was it? Oh yeah, that's where I attempted to watch it.
Yeah.
But I stopped. So okay, interesting. Oh, it's me, right? Okay.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna knock it out now because just in case somebody steals it. Eyes Wide Shut. I'm literally. I've been working. I've made a video essay about this, but I've not finished it because I've been a bit busy. But I'll put it up soon. But basically, for me, it's a very fascinating film. That kind of basically, yes, it's not really, Christmas is not discussed in any kind of positive way in this. The only time that people talk about Christmas is that they have to buy presents and they have to wrap presents, and it's kind of like mundanity of Christmas. But like, my interpretation of the film, and I'll say this as brief as I can, is that it's kind of like this odyssey of Tom Cruise basically trying to figure out what he wants. Because Christmas is one of those times, I think, that is very stressful for people. And it's a culmination of, you have to keep your family happy, you have to keep your kids happy, you have to keep your work people happy, everything. You're continuously busy. And it's quite a stressful time. And I think you reflect upon your life quite a lot at this time of year. And depression is very high in the winter as it is. And I just think it's just this really interesting odyssey of him like making very bad judgments, very bad decisions, when he clearly knows that his family are the ones that are at the end of this rainbow that is discussed through the whole film. So, yeah, I love the kind of the morality of it, and that kind of like thematics of, in a way, I consider it to be that kind of, it's the antichrist of It's a Wonderful Life, is the best way I see it. So, yeah, that's all I'm going to say for now, because I've got a lot of crackpot theories in my video of it, which I won't say yet, just in case anybody tells me what the fuck are you talking about. So, yeah. Anybody want to add anything about Eyes Wide Shut?
I think
That was very Christmasy. With that was all the lights, all the light schemes. There's a lot of Christmassy imagery, like old-fashioned European folktale stuff. So it's very Christmassy.
It's weird how festive it is, considering it's like a movie about sex. So.
I bought the book that you recommended for my Christmas present.
Did you?
Yeah, it's on Amazon, I think. I can't remember what it's called, but I typed in Eyes Wide Shut. I'm pretty sure I got the right one.
That's my PhD supervisor's book. So you've given him some money. So if you ever want it signed, let me know.
Okay.
He's famous in the Kubrick world. So yeah. No, but yeah, I'll stop talking now. Oh, Jimmy, isn't there a Christmas tree in every scene in Eyes Wide Shut? I think no, there's not a Christmas tree in every scene, but because there's not a Christmas tree in the ceremony room with the masks. But there is more or less. There is a supercut online of every Christmas tree, but there's one not in every shot. But yeah. Balin the Hobbit says, I always watch Meet Me in St. Louis 1944 during Christmas. That's an interesting choice.
My sister used to watch that all the time.
Really?
Christmas, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I watched that, maybe. Right then. Mr. Dimitri?
Okay, so I'm going to be very on brand, and I'm going to continue Dion's kind of list, because last year I did a double feature of Eyes Wide Shut and my film. And my film is Todd Haynes' Carol, which is absolutely incredible. I mean,
I purposely didn't put it down because I knew it was going to come up.
I mean, okay, there's not enough words in my vocabulary to describe my feelings about Carol, but shot on 16 millimeter, 50s New York, this wonderful love story unfolds when Cate Blanchett's character Carol walks into a store and she wants to buy some gifts for her kids, and she meets Rooney Mara's character who works in this department store, and this really kind of it's weird how I usually don't like very cold films, but this film, its empathy, its rather humanistic elements kind of convey this very core idea of love and love during Christmas time like no other film does. I think it's one of my favorite films of the past decade. Absolute masterwork. Yeah.
Silver Bells, amazing. Silver Bells song.
Oh yeah.
Wonderful scene.
Yeah.
That was on my list.
Sorry.
Hey, you got in minds. Come on. And an apocalypse. Come on, it happens.
You've got to go for the big names first.
Yeah, and I said I'm gonna be very on brand because I've already talked about Todd Haynes so much during these streams. So
yeah,
good choice. I agree. I remember going to see that when it came out during Christmas, I think.
Yes,
yeah, it came out just before Christmas, and I had to go all the way to Manchester to watch it. It was like a 2-hour drive from my place. I was like, fucking hell, and I just wanted to go see it again. But it's odd how it makes you feel festive as well, though.
It does.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Yeah.
I saw it at a press screening in St. Petersburg back when I lived in Russia, and the press screening was like 30%, 40% full, surprisingly. And it was kind of like open access to like even regular viewers. And when the film ended, I felt like this was something revelatory and something that, within the context of Christmas films, something like that, I've never felt it with any other film personally. With like explicitly Christmas films, let's call it that.
I'll send you a picture, Dimitri, of my whole collection. I've got I've got 7 different versions of the film. I've got 2 screenplays. I'm quite obsessed with it.
Wow.
I'll send you a picture.
That's incredible. Yeah, please do.
I'm not the only one.
Are they all playing archive editions? Because they must.
Not all. No, I've got the Japanese one. I've got the Taiwanese one. I've got 4 plain archives. Plus one Japanese. Don't ask me why, but it's beautiful artwork on every single edition. For sure. But yeah, just thought I'd throw that in as a show off.
Okay, Carlos, what have you got on the first?
Well, you guys have just picked my top 5. Am I joking?
I don't believe that for a second.
No, my first. This is like my most obvious one, and it's Krampus, and that's because this one is now.
Everyone did Krampus. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I just rewatched it.
This one is like added to one of the ones we watch every year now, and I like the blend of the silliness, the comedy, and the horror. I think they just blended it really well together. The first sort of part feels a bit like National Lampoons to me, when all the families are getting together and they're all, it's all going wrong and everyone's at each other. And then I just like some of the folklore side of it. I just love it. I love the silliness as well. You got the silly little gingerbread men. So there's stuff that my older kid likes in it, and there's just stuff that I think's good, like the actual evil Santa thing itself, like when it's running across the rooftops, and I think it's a really good Christmas horror film.
Oh yeah,
It is classic.
This film is very close to me because I grew up in like a Russian German family, and the German family would always talk about Saint Nicholas and Krampus, and like the figure of Krampus was always prevalent. And it's like something that German families scare their kids with. I was never scared of him, but then I saw the film and I reconsidered my choices. You know, I felt like, you know, maybe there is something about him that's actually genuinely creepy.
Yeah.
Do you actually call him Saint Nicholas?
No, Saint Nicholas is a different one. Saint Nicholas is like the good guy.
No.
Saint Nicholas comes to good kids. Krampus comes to bad kids.
They call it Weihnachtsmann, like in Carolina's area.
No.
So is that like the
Weihnachtsmann
original?
is like,
Do you not call him Weihnachtsmann?
no, we don't. We don't. We call like Saint Nicholas. Yeah, that's how.
Do you believe in Black Pete?
No.
That's like a very European thing, isn't it? Like
It is a very European thing, I think. Yeah, but we never we always talked about like the Pied Piper mythology. We talked about like the Saint Nicholas. We also talked about surprisingly Joulupukki, you know, the Finnish Santa, the one who is like this really weird version of Santa, the one from this film I will name because it might be in one of your lists. But there's one film where kids find you know, yeah. I'll abstain. I know it's probably in one of your lists.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So, thank you. Yeah.
But what's that, Bill?
Next person.
All right. Right. My first choice is Batman Returns, where you get a lot of Christmassy stuff.
Good
Good
choice.
choice.
You get a mutant penguin, an army of penguins, which is very childish. Like you've got a villain trying to drown all the children of Gotham City. You've got S&M freaks with Batman and Catwoman. It's everything the Christmas period really needs is in this film. It's perverted, it's weird, everyone's messed up, and it's really kind of distant and odd. It's a perfect example of the way depressed people might feel at Christmas is this film. This is their film. In a strange way. So that's why I'm choosing Batman Returns.
Nice. I like him.
That's a fantastic choice.
I considered it, but I again assumed it would be on somebody's list. So yeah, I like it now. It's one of those weird festive films again, but it's not the only interesting Tim Burton. Just saying. Nobody else have to say anything about Batman Returns?
you know, sometimes I think it's better than the first Batman.
Yeah,
When I watch it, I feel that way.
I prefer the Batman Returns to Batman.
Yeah. I watched it the other day actually, Batman Returns.
Is that the one
Yeah.
where Batman's? Is that the one where Batman's got nipples or not? That's the way I remember.
No, that's
No.
That's Batman and Robin.
And the fact that you guys know that.
Okay.
I am firmly team Bat Nipples, so you know, no slandering Batman and Robin and Batman Forever on my watch.
There's always one.
You know, I loved Batman and Robin when I saw it when I was a kid in the cinema.
They're so trashy.
Yeah,
They're
like
so
obviously
campy.
the older you get and watch this, you know, wow, it's still funny though.
It's just a lot, you know. It's just like it's cam, but like blown up to absolute, you know, enormous proportions. You know.
I think the fact that we know that Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones hated each other as well just makes it even funnier.
You could actually imagine that
Yeah.
Jim Carrey really got on Tommy Lee Jones's nerves. Like Tommy Lee Jones always comes across quite like he's, I don't know, really down.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen some awful interviews with him where they've had to do like a special cut like a Tommy Lee Jones cut of the interview, just because he's so like rude and like he just. I don't think you could put like two more polar opposites together in a film, could you? It probably drove him crazy.
But then again, you put him with Will Smith and it worked, which is really weird because it probably shouldn't have, but it worked really well.
Definitely. Right. Is there a bell ringing or no bell ringing?
All right, my next one. I'm going to get this one out of the way.
Here we go.
I think I saw someone mention it in the chat. It's Satoshi Kon's Tokyo Godfathers.
That's
on anyone's list?
Oh yeah. Oh no.
I wish I thought of it, but
I thought it'd be on Eric's list.
It is now.
First time I saw it, I was a little wishy-washy on it. I think I need a second viewing of it.
Yeah, I think the thing about Satoshi Kon, his filmography are like some of the best anime films of all time. Like Perfect Blue is without a doubt like one of the best. I think he's more of one of those anime where the story is just perfect, and like something like Perfect Blue, for instance, or Paranoid Agent. His films, the storylines are always like more mature than any other anime. Tokyo Godfathers, I think, is something. It's such a special film for Christmas. It's almost like a Christmas Carol in a way, but a modernized version, or something like that. So we have it's all about this alternative family, which is of these three homeless people. One's this drunk guy, one's a drag queen, and the other's like this 11-year-old girl. And they find this baby, and they just like the way they come together to take care of this baby. And at the same time, we go into their past, the reasons why they're homeless, the situations that they've been in. Like one, the drunk guy is so tragic. And then we go into the drag queen. It's just it's and we see this change in their lives, how they become like it's almost like this whole thing about forgiveness and how really we're so judgmental of these people, but the reasons why they go into these situations. And it is such a beautiful film, and it is so touching. It is one of the most perfect animated movies I've seen. And like Satoshi Kon, he's like, I mean, because he passed away relatively young, and his body of work is just brilliant. And this is just so beautiful, such a beautiful film. That's me.
Again,
right.
Yeah. I don't know. Has anyone else seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. I think it's brilliant. I wish I'd thought about that one actually.
On the list now.
Yeah, I've got a DVD. I haven't watched it for a while.
Yeah.
Was it actually on your list, David?
It's now.
It is now.
Yeah, another one. I'd never heard of it until tonight.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm still young.
Millennium Actress, which is one of his movies, is getting a UK Blu-ray release in January, like a collector's edition. But yeah, I mean, Perfect Blue is I think is his. He also did Paprika.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah, but I think Perfect Blue is probably his best movie in terms of story. But obviously, Paprika's got a different style of visual, which is just beautiful.
High rewatch value, that movie, that's for sure.
Yeah,
indeed.
Good choice. Hold on. Yeah. If I see a little gap, I'm going to do the bell. All right.
All right. So I went a little off the grid on my first one, but I'm going to have to do one that's that I think will be taken if I don't take it now. So I'm going to do Deadly Games, 1989, from France, also known as Dial Code Santa Claus, Game Over. Christmas Eve. Little 9-year-old kid has to defend himself, his house, and his grandfather against a killer who's dressed as Santa Claus. The opening song, it almost feels like an homage or ripoff of Eye of the Tiger when this kid's like running around his house playing like war games and stuff. It's pretty entertaining. And like the house itself is like a character in and of itself in this film. It's like this huge house where the architecture really kind of doesn't make any sense. There's like huge passageways under, like every room has a secret passage to another room and all this crazy stuff, which comes quite in handy when you have a murderous Santa Claus coming after you. And it's, I thought it was a pretty cool flick. The killer, you know, in a film like this, the killer's kind of inefficient. You have to kind of roll with it a little bit, but I think this one's just very consistently entertaining. I just watched it a few months ago because somebody released it on Blu-ray not too long ago. But yeah, I thought this was a pretty cool flick. You get snowy environments, Christmas type themes and stuff, and just watching a little kid like battle a murderer in his house is pretty fun. It's almost like Home Alone with Santa Claus in it. So I liked it.
It reminds me of another film, a recent film, which I won't name as well because it might be in one of your lists.
Okay. Nah, that's a good choice, Eric. I was thinking that, but I was like, maybe somebody will pick it. But I didn't know it by that title. I knew it by the French name. It's called 3615 Le Père Noël, I think in French, or something like that. Yeah, I know. It's 3615 Santa Claus in French. Yeah.
Show off.
So, Dial Code Santa Claus.
Yeah, Dial Code. Yeah. It's like it's called Deadly Games. Yeah, it's like it's got so many different names.
I've only it's been on my list.
Yeah,
it's forever. So
it's pretty cool. But again, I thought maybe somebody was gonna pick it, but I commend you for that, Eric. Commend you highly.
Thank you.
As always. But yeah, okay. Plus, thank you.
That's me next.
David.
So I'm going to go for one of my. I'm not sure it's a guilty pleasure or not. Personal favourite. I saw it in the cinema when it first came out. I bought it on Laserdisc when it first came out. Big Gina Davis fan back in the day. The Long Kiss Goodnight from 1996, which is set in Christmas. It's got some fantastic action sequences. I can't remember them all. I remember the bit when she kills this guy in a kitchen. She's a housewife who has amnesia. I can't remember the story, but she kills a guy in the kitchen with the kitchen utensils and licks the cream off the hand and the blood and looks at her husband and says some funny one-liner. It's pretty cool.
Wow.
I remember. And there's also a scene when she jumps out of this kind of tower block or large building or whatever with Samuel L. Jackson, and she's shooting the ice below her to make a hole to go through the ice. Yeah, it's good. I mean, a bit ahead of its time, having a heroine as the lead, a woman's lead action hero, maybe. But I mean, Rennie Harlin, he did Cliffhanger, didn't he? Die Hard 2.
He did the Dyatlov Spas, like the Devil's Spas movie.
Yeah,
Rhode Island.
Yeah,
it's mid-90s. I mean, all the best. You remember all the 80s action films, obviously, but I think this one came back and sort of reminded us that good old-fashioned, just lots of action set pieces, pretty violent, pretty dark. A lot of fun. Yeah, really love Long Kiss Goodnight. Need to rewatch it. Yeah. Maybe upgrade from Laserdisc to Blu-ray.
What happened to Gina Davis? Like, she doesn't make that many films anymore.
She was in the Glow TV show on Netflix recently. That was like the last thing I remember her in. She was in season 3 of that. I haven't seen much of her, like Cal.
I even like the Pirates, Roman Polanski's The Pirates in that. I just really liked Gina Davis when she was back in the day. Obviously Beetlejuice and then League of Her Own. What's the other big one she did? Oh,
Why?
Cutthroat Island.
Oh yeah, Cutthroat Island, not Pirates. Yeah. But she's got an even more famous film. I can't remember what it's called.
Fly.
Who?
Thelma and Louise, of course.
Oh yeah. Don't forget that. Beetlejuice. Exactly. Well,
Something-
he's back. Hi, Carl.
Sorry, guys. We got really bad storms here, and the internet keeps cutting in and out.
Oh, that bloody Cornish weather, isn't it? Jeez.
Out in the open.
It's like that here today as well, to be honest. It's like that every day at Pete's, though.
There it goes. I couldn't hear my phone.
So
It's
what
automatic
happened
now.
now? I've been moved up a square. I've improved a square.
It's like musical chairs now.
So does that mean that Pete's taken?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've taken.
Yeah.
Okay. Let Pete, yeah, you can go now.
Probably got Dion's movie as well.
Maybe. Imagine.
Right. Mine. The next one is Metropolitan. What's Stillman's Metropolitan?
Whoa, it's Stillman.
Yep.
Wow.
So,
That is a great thing.
sure, right, can you just go away? Jog on.
Oh.
You
You hurt yourself.
got it out.
Yeah.
That sounds serious.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, she's just coming. I did say she was going to come in halfway through the stream. And can you just go?
Oh my god! Again!
Right.
The elf on the shelf moves again!
Wow.
Apologies for that, guys. Sorry.
This is wonderful. No need to apologize.
I can't wait till she's 15 years old.
Well, right. Got to check her out. Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
It's all right, mate. It's probably going to happen to me in a minute when mine go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, so Metropolitan, sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, this is from the early '90s, set during the Christmas party period over the rich people, and it's kind of a love story. This guy doesn't believe in love, learning how to deal with people and actually fall for somebody from this rich society which he disapproves of. Which is a really witty film. It's a lot of emotions below the surface that really come across, and I'm a big Whit Stillman fan generally. I really like his films. This is still one of my favourites because I was the first one I saw, so it took me by surprise, and it's very moving and very funny. And it's all set at Christmas, so it counts.
That's good.
I'm adding it to my watch list.
Anybody else have anything else to say about Metropolitan?
Been in my watch list for a long time now.
Yeah, I've seen Last Days of Disco, and I've seen the other one. I can't remember its name.
Barcelona.
Yeah, but I've not seen Metropolitan, I don't think.
Yeah.
No, I've not seen it.
He's come back with Damsel in Distress and Love and Friendship. They're both good as well. So I actually saw Last Days of Disco at its British premiere at the Edinburgh Film Festival.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was. I was just lucky I was up there that day when it was going on, so I managed to get a ticket. Just told
It's on Movie at the moment, by the way, guys. Streaming on Movie. Yeah. It's on Dimitri's watch. Anthracis.
Yeah, I've just added it.
Oh.
Is it in the library or like in rotation for now?
I don't know. It just on Letterboxd. It just says it's on Movie, so normally you can go into the library and watch it.
Probably
That's
in the library, isn't it?
Yeah, probably in the library.
Oh, 4K Cinema HD is asking to us, what films would you recommend for the 50% Nova Media sale from Golden Harvest and Fortune Star?
Oh, wow.
I know Dave did a big shop on there.
Done 9.
I only picked up 2 titles. I remember because I missed it, like special edition and everything. But I bought a plain edition of Happy Endings, which is the Choi Min-sik movie. Let me see what else I've got. But yeah, they have got a really good sale. And I keep saying to Dion like, picks up the Hong Sang-soo title. They're like $14 on there at the moment, which is...
Disco by Miss Baek, B-A-E-K, you said to get hers?
Yeah, I tried Miss Baek, yeah.
Kamikaze Girls is on there.
Kamikaze Girls, because, I mean, the UK edition, which I only just picked up like this week, is completely out of print and it goes for silly money. But on Nova Media, I think it's going for what is it? The under $20.
Yeah, it'd be about tenner. Yeah, yeah.
There's a few really good titles that they've got. I mean, their sale is massive. It's absolutely massive. What else did I get? Oh, and Memories of Matsuko. Yeah, that's what else I picked up.
Yeah, oh yeah, is that on there, is it? Wow.
Yeah.
That's even better than Kamikaze Girls. But Taipei Story I got as well.
You picked up a story. Is that a steelbook?
A Taipei Story? No, I don't think so. And
How long
Border,
does it stay on for?
the film Borders, the lenticular of Borders, like 10 quid. And Borders a really unusual film. It's a really lovely edition. That's on there.
How long's the sale till?
I think end of the month.
Oh, okay. I have 10.
Miseducation of Cameron
Post.
Yeah, that's on there.
Yeah, I wasn't hot on that movie at all, to be honest with you. Yeah. Is it Dimitri? Or was it
It's all right. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's good. I think it's
Okay.
good. It's just like not what I expected.
Okay, we're moving along. Okay, my turn. Right, number 2 for me. I am going to go for Greta Gerwig's Little Women.
Huh? Yeah, it's a Christmas film.
One of my favorite films of last year to begin with.
I didn't
It's there's Christmas in it. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, like it is a very Christmas film.
It is
Like,
a very Christmas film.
It is, yeah.
It's just obviously with the way that the book goes to compare to how Gerwig kind of like breaks it up a bit more. It's seasonal, of course, but I think the main fundamentalities of the family is kind of really well shown within the Christmas like period. Like when the father's out in the war, obviously they have this massive breakfast feast and they actually give it to the poor and things like that. And I think it's just a very heartwarming kind of like film in that general consensus. I see Balin saying the 1994 Little Women was better. I disagree, but that's your own opinion. This is my opinion. But I just love that film. I was lucky enough to see it last Christmas anyway in the cinema, and I watched it a few times after that. But I think I think Christmas films can do a lot of things, but most of the time they're out to just really melt your heart, really, and give you a sense of like human decency and a bit more generosity to all your fellow men and all this stuff. But yeah, I like it quite a bit. And that's why I picked it.
Yeah, I really want to see it. I really want to see it. It got
Sky at the minute.
Yeah, it's been premiered on Sky, so it's like one of those which I was really looking forward to for Christmas because I know Greta Gerwig got a claim for it. So yeah, I can't wait to see it.
I think Eliza Scanlon as well. Yeah.
Yeah, she's in the film I saw the other day.
Baby Teeth.
Baby Teeth.
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was her till I read afterwards.
Yeah.
She's hot property right now.
Going Little Women. So yeah, great actress.
Yeah, she's in that The Devil All the Time. Is it The Devil All the Time she's in as well?
Yeah.
And she's in and she's going to be the lead actor in the new M. Night Shyamalan film that's coming out next year.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Is that good or a bad thing?
It's a good question, Peter. It's a very good question.
Shyamalan is great. Come on.
Yeah,
like,
series was great. What's this the M. Night Stars TV series? I've forgotten what it was called.
The Servant.
That was really good, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. Like I didn't like it was too much for like an entire TV show. Like it was just it stretched a bit too thin, but
it's classic M. Night creepiness though, I thought. Back to these old devilish ways, I thought. Just really, really creepy, slow burning, and actually quite shocking. And the twist is like fantastic. What an amazing twist. So don't spoil it, but yeah.
Yeah, kind of like Shyamalan without all the weird stuff of The Visit, but including like the old kind of Shyamalan where he was doing more like straightforward stuff. But I really like his recent stuff though.
I like Glass a lot. I really like Glass, even though most people didn't like it much.
No,
I need to rewatch Glass. To be honest.
It still hasn't got a Blu-ray release.
I I like The Village, actually. It was a nice atmospheric film. It was the end was a bit weird, but I liked it.
I can't believe it still hasn't got a Blu-ray release, has it?
Is it not at all?
That's
hasn't?
shocking.
What hasn't?
The
The
Village.
Village.
No, I've got it on. It's on Sky. You buy it on Sky in HD or iTunes. I mean, you buy it on iTunes for about £5 in HD. Especially you're going to get.
Yeah, you
It's
can
got-
have film.
It's got a US release.
Oh, has it?
Does it?
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's got a US blue. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just-
No.
that.
There is no. I think it's
Oh, no,
it's
it's-
undated. Yeah,
Wasn't
yeah,
really.
there's no. Yeah,
Disney
it's Warner Brothers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Disney. It's a Disney one.
Oh, really? It's a Disney.
Yeah.
one.
Well, it's
Oh, it makes sense why it's not out then. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have a lot of weird films that aren't out over here, but you can get them streaming and things. But you have to really go to Europe to get them. Because I had to buy the 13th War from Europe from Blu-ray from from Germany or something because you couldn't get it here because it was Disney.
Underwater. Yeah.
Oh.
Is that the one?
What's
Because Underwater also didn't get a British
No.
Blu-ray release.
13th War, yeah.
Yeah, it was only in Germany too.
Yeah, you have to be careful with Disney releases. Something you have to go for. You have to go to Europe.
Yeah.
Well, it's expensive to buy from Europe from January 1st, everyone. I don't know if you've had an email from Amazon Germany and France yet, but
God damn it.
happy days. I'm gonna have to anytime I go to Germany, I'll have to take orders from people from now on, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you go to Saturn, you just buy the whole store.
Yeah. Get those media books.
Saturn and MediaMarkt. It's gonna be fantastic.
MediaMarkt. Yeah.
MediaMarkt. Hey, MediaMarkt's amazing. Some good stuff there.
It's the same company. MediaMarkt and Saturn are owned by the same company.
Are they?
So,
You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
MediaMarkt is cheaper than Saturn.
not always. Saturn was in my experience, Saturn was cheaper than MediaMarkt.
It's the other way around for me most of the time with no.
Really? Interesting.
Anyway,
Okay, I'm going to be very basic. I'm going to get this out of the way. I'm going to be very basic, but I'm also going to twist it up a little bit. I'm going to say Black Christmas, but every single one of them, including both of the remakes, because I like the 2019 remake. I like the Bob Clark original. I like the 2006 remake because it's trashy. The 2006 remake it's the ultimate nihilistic 2000s horror remake. The classic one, the Bob Clark film, is essentially the godfather of all the slasher films. You have an incredible villain. You have this really scary sequences using, your imagination, where you can see only the eye peeking through like the hole there. It is something that I feel like I can endlessly rewatch times and times on end. And the 2019 one. I quite like the 2019 one. I don't really understand why it was so maligned by everybody. Like everybody seemed to hate it. I didn't mind it. I think its message on the date rape culture in American colleges is something that is vital. It's something that resonates with a lot of women and a lot of men in America, and to some degree in the UK too. The fact that it was PG-13 I feel like a lot of people didn't like it purely because of that reason. I was on the side of the people who felt like, due to the subject matter, perhaps making it PG-13 and pushing the PG-13 rating was something that the filmmakers, kind of felt necessary due to the nature of the message of the film. So, I don't mind it, but I vastly prefer the original. The 2006 remake, kind of like, it has very gory kills, really, really nasty kills there. But, ultimately, just another horror remake of the 2000s.
damn.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the latest one.
I haven't seen the last one. I've seen the first two, the late first two. Enjoyed the remake as well. I enjoyed the remake because it was fun. It was silly. It was hour and a half of just enjoying a slasher movie. That's it. Like
the ending as well, with the killer dropping on the Christmas tree, amazing.
I watched the original from the 70s way too young, and I can remember those phone calls really, really freaking me out. Way too young.
Nice.
So yeah, that's about it. Ding ding.
Wait a minute. We'll read some comments. Saka is here. He's coming late. Hello, welcome. Isaac says Shyamalan's After Earth could be considered a Christmas film for its simulation of seasonal depression. Nice.
Film about, do you know a theory that After Earth is secretly a film about Scientology? Like there's a very kind of thorough theory about After Earth being a film about that kind of the religion of Scientology. It's very interesting. Like when I read it, I don't really buy it, but it's written so eloquently that you kind of feel like maybe what if, it's interesting.
Yeah, I've heard that one as well. But After Earth, that kind of almost destroyed me. That film really.
Yeah.
Question.
Jimmy D Bag says the most recent Black Christmas is awful, not good, not of the good kind of bad. Sackett then says Media Mat is cheaper where I live. Alex Trinder, hello guys, hope you're doing well. Hello Alex, welcome back. And Balin says, I hope the Muppet Christmas Carol 1992 is on someone's list. Well, we will find out at some point, I imagine. So, King, Huss, it's you.
Isn't it Carl? Carl?
Is it Carl? Oh, shit, yeah. Sorry, Carlos.
I'm going to go with In Bruges.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's seen In Bruges, but yeah, it's two hitmen go out to Bruges after a botched job. Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson are amazing together in this. Colin Farrell's so funny in this film. And some of the sort of characters and that he comes across, and whatever the correct PC word is, the little guy that he sort of interacts with, just some hilarious scenes. Is it Ray Fiennes that's the sort of big bad boss?
Yeah.
He's great in it as well. Just I want to rewatch it actually. Just such a funny, violent film. I love it.
Yeah. I've been to that cathedral in Bruges. It's a really beautiful city.
Yeah.
But that film just really shows it off.
He's a good screenwriter. He's a good screenwriter, Martin McDonough.
He's a good playwright too. I really like his play. Yeah.
So I saw his play, The Crippling of an Englishman, with Dan Radcliffe in it in London a few years ago. Very good.
So I always get the two mixed up. Which is the one he did? So the one that did In Bruges, is he the one that did Cavalry and? Or is that the brother?
No.
No, that's his brother.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And then because Martin McDonough made In Bruges, 3 Billboards. Yeah.
And
Seven Psychopaths, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I liked a lot more than most people seem to like. That one.
Yeah, I thought it was decent. I haven't watched it in ages. But you talk about Cavalry. Cavalry. I love Cavalry. I thought it was amazing.
That's a great film.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. Add that on my list.
I did.
I'm back in a sec. I'm getting a drink.
No worries. Brendan Gleeson is amazing. It is like one of my favorite Brendan Gleeson films. So yeah. Right.
You got the second sight edition, Carl?
Sorry?
Have you got the is it second sight? Do a really nice edition of In Bruges?
No, I've just got the standard Blu-ray release.
I'm pretty sure there's a really lovely edition of it, like a little box set of it somewhere. Maybe it's not second sight, but
it's second sight, yeah.
It rings a bell.
Never went out of print, so there's loads of copies reduced in somewhere. Probably.
I think Revenge is still not out of print. I've been meaning to get it for so long, but it's still not out of print, which is shocking. And the Strangers, I think too.
Oh yeah, because is it Nightingale coming out in February, right? And then Raw's coming out in May, I think, from them. It's
a good mix. That the fact that they're doing both the Revenge and Raw, I think that's
really and Dog Soldiers as well, isn't it?
It's not 4K though. I think only the German one is in 4K. The British one will be just the standard Blu-ray.
Germany just has a better array of physical media in general.
Gretel and Hansel 4K. Come on, like Germany is the only place where you can get it.
Yeah,
crazy, isn't it? It's the promised land of physical media. Shame they don't subtitle everything in English, eh, Dave and Carl?
It's like burning 4K. Yeah, I remember when everybody was getting that.
David's silence is amazing right now. Anyway,
I missed that.
moving on.
Oh yeah.
All right, is it me next? All right.
Yeah.
The next one on my list. Many may not consider it a Christmas movie, but it has a few scenes set on Christmas Eve. It is Wong Kar-wai's 2046.
Oh yes. Oh yes. That's
That's naughty, isn't it? But nice.
No, I wanted to. I rewatched it this week. Coming into this, and you know, it wasn't. It was like one of my. I wouldn't say it was one of my least favorite Wong Kar-wai movies, but it was one of those that you sort of forget about in his catalogue of great movies. But I really appreciated it this week. I mean, when you look at the cast, the cast is just ridiculous. It's got like Maggie Chung, Tony Leung, Gong Li, Karina Lau, Fei Wong. It's just, and that's just naming a few. Chang Chen as well. It is just such a phenomenal cast, and it's about this writer. If anyone who's not seen it, it's a writer that's documenting his relationships whilst living in this hotel, the Oriental Hotel, and about all these women that sashay into his life. You've got like because it's all about this room, 2046, but this woman that he has an interest with, and then he goes and moves next door, and the women that move in and out of this hotel, and it's just such a beautiful film. And he's a bit of a playboy, but he has this one love in his life, and it's a sort of a follow-up to In the Mood for Love. It's got the same character. Tony Leung plays the same character in that, this writer, and at the same time he's writing this science fiction story. It's just an absolute beautiful film. It's stunning. The cinematography, Christopher Doyle does such a great job with it. I'm really looking forward to the remaster, but I have heard it's a little bit too green, which I think might upset Erik. It looks like a bit of a Junet movie, but yeah, it's a beautiful film nonetheless.
It's quite hard to get hold of Blu-ray at the moment, isn't it? I tried. It went for about 80 quid the other day on eBay. Korean version, I believe, but that's why I've not seen it. I'll wait for it to watch it on Blu-ray, I think.
Yeah, I've got it on DVD.
Nah, it's not worth it.
But it's in the Mood for Love DVD box.
Yeah.
It's like,
I'm going to wait. I'm going to be a bit of a snob and wait till it comes out on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I mean, the Criterion be coming out when? In January? Is it January or March?
March, yeah. Is it what's it called? Is it Fallen Angels that completely changes the aspect ratio?
No.
Or which one?
Ashes of Time.
Ashes of Time.
Oh yeah.
But Ashes of Time isn't in this. It's Ashes of Time.
No, but I mentioned the other day, like, people are buying Ashes of Time like there's no tomorrow now, because they're like, we need to have that copy because the ratio.
I did that.
Panic buying.
Guilty.
Panic buying Blu-rays.
Yeah.
Yeah. Toilet roll and Blu-rays.
I've got the 2046 on the Tartan DVD. That's the one I've got. That's the first time I watched it like that. So
I think people, like we were talking about it, myself and Dion, we were saying at the end of the day, Wong Kar-wai was heavily involved in the restoration. So he's just having movies to his preference. He's the filmmaker. We should respect that, whether you like it or not. I mean, he's just going back to his films, but probably using today's technology to have the films however he wanted. I mean, you may not like it, but then keep your version, the version that you like. of his film. I mean, I have seen the In the Mood for Love stills. Yeah, they look a little bit cooler in terms of color, but at the end of the day, it's still a beautiful film. The story's stunning, and just keep the edition you have of it.
Yeah, I'm keeping all my versions, my other versions. There is if you can watch them you can watch the restorations on the Lincoln Center Cinema. You have to VPN over there. I've been planning on doing it for the last 2 weekends. I've still not done it, but I'm going to watch a couple just to see how true this is. But have you pre-ordered yours, Erik, since you're the only one that can actually pre-order it?
Yes, I have.
Oh, nice.
Wait, Erik, you got the Friday the 13th one, right?
Any alterations, though, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm sure they'll look good.
Yeah, it's still not come up on Amazon US yet. The only site that you can pre-order it to be shipped in the UK is on Wow HD at the minute. So
did you guys see how the price for the box sets? A lot of boxes dropped in price recently, especially the Friday the 13th one.
I know
it's like
110 here now.
Yeah, it's like nothing compared to what it was. It was originally like 200, I think, and now it's basically just over $100.
Did you get your replacement discs, Erik, or did you not register?
Yes, I got them a few weeks ago, I think, or a week ago.
What was the difference though? I heard it was really minute details.
Yeah, they were pretty minor stuff. I forgot even what they were, the glitches.
Yeah, I heard it was just the hardcore Jason fans that just emailed to complain this is in the wrong ratio and shit like that, and then they were like, oh fuck.
Because those are masterpieces, and you gotta have.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody to sell their old versions if they don't want them, because I really want to own Jason X and Jason Goes to Hell.
Jason Goes to Hell.
Those are my two favorite of the whole movie. They're just garbage. I love them. So I'm waiting for.
You like them more than Jason Takes Manhattan.
Ooh, that would be a triple bill for me.
The shittiest way he died. I'm really sorry. I mean, spoiler alert. Obviously, he's going to die in the end. I won't say how, but it is the worst way he dies. Is just in Jason.
Basically, rivals Halloween Resurrection. Sorry, not H2O. The ending of H2O when Michael Myers dies, and everybody cheered for that. But then Halloween Resurrection happened. This is the same with Jason. It's like Jason Goes to Hell. Fucking Freddy's here at the end.
What else we got? Isaac says Santa Claus conquers the Martians. Better be on here. Jimmy D Bags 2046 was my first One Car Y flick back on film 4. Rico is here. Well, welcome Rico, and Merry Christmas to you also. Carlsberg, will the One Car Y America only? Yes, it is. Curzon have too many rights to the films in the UK, so they ain't coming out anytime soon. Oh, Dimitri was right. It is Fallen Angels is in the other ratio. Says Sackett.
I'll be back in 1 sec, guys. 1 sec.
No problemo. Fallen Angels is the greenest film ever. Even greener than The Grinch. The coloring changes look weird. And then Jimmy says, how sad is that Kim Kidduck passed away last week from COVID? Shame. Rest in peace. Great filmmaker. A little eccentric, but the best people are.
I will say karma takes its toll on people, and karma really goes for us all. And with Kim Kidduck, I am a firm belief that karma got us right.
Yeah, I'm just not saying nothing.
Do I do that?
Tiny Lister died the same day of COVID, or the day before from COVID as well.
Jesus Christ. A lot of people, the Friday after, died from COVID, recently. It's shocking, the fact that we are still it's December and we're still in this.
Yeah, it's getting worse.
Yeah. I remember when my boss said to me we'd be back in work in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
yeah. COVID got us all.
And here's David having his virtual Christmas party today.
That was crazy. 120 people all singing the 12 days unmuted.
Ouch.
Oh my god.
For effort though. Not many companies would try what they did today, and it was good. So
oh my god.
Well done, Grey Doors.
That is hilarious.
It was hilarious. Yeah, it was good.
Shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it Erik next?
Is
Erik?
it mine?
Is you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it not much thunder on this one, but I just have to have it on my list. Otherwise, I won't be able to look myself in the face in the mirror tonight. And that's Jack Frost, Attack of the Killer Mutant Snowman from 1997.
Hell yeah. This is yes.
So I remember back in the day, I saw this when it first came out at Blockbuster Video, just because I didn't know it was coming out. I just saw this, it had the lenticular cover where his face changed from a happy snowman to an evil one, and me and my cousin just had to watch it. And it was pretty hilarious. I wasn't expecting. And after watching a ton of B movies over the years, I really kind of think this movie is kind of special because it really should not be as entertaining as it actually is. I mean, it's got no budget. You could tell the director was trying to use some different camera work and stuff, like when Jack Frost, the Killer Mutant Snowman, like liquefies, and then instead of having to do a CGI effect of him solidifying back into snow, they use like a camera angle where it's like under a water thing and it kind of goes through the water and like first person perspective type stuff. So I think they did some pretty cool stuff with this film to kind of get around their budget limitations. Mm-hmm. A lot of the characters are actually kind of entertaining. I mean, you have Shannon Elizabeth, I think, was in this, right? In a very early role, the American Pie girl. And then you had Agent Manners, like the badass agent dude. And I don't know, there's just something about this that just hits the spot for me. You have the Where's Waldo dude who shows up in the background like half a dozen times in an orange cap, and you have to try to like spot him when he shows up in the background. There's all kinds of like little details in this film that I like a lot. So yeah, Jack Frost, not to be confused with the Michael Keaton film that came out like a year later before. But this one
Erik,
is one that I watch every year.
You are the expert here. Which Jack Frost has a really nasty scene in it? Like a really nasty assault scene. Is it the first one or the second one?
Oh, the first one.
Okay, this is the one I don't like. Then the second one is the one I prefer because it's so bad.
What sort of assault scene?
Well, girl's taking a bath. You know what I mean? And Jack Frost, she doesn't know Jack Frost is in the water because he liquefied. You know what I mean? So he solidifies and kills her, but you can't see his nose during the scene. So it's
it's a really nasty joke. It's really like, I hate it. Gross.
Nice. I haven't watched that in ages, but I definitely am going to watch it again now.
Which one? The first one or the second one?
All of them.
All of them.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Watch that too. It's like the ultimate night.
Oh yeah,
Great film.
Killer Clowns.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hell yeah.
Damn.
Back in the
Good
day.
choice. Right then.
C'est moi. I'm going to go for Sean Baker's Tangerine.
Oh, you
Oh,
absolutely.
nice.
2015, because I am a bit of a Sean Baker fan. This film was made on an iPhone 5 with lens adapters or whatever, and it's about a transgender sex worker looking for her pimp, as you do on Christmas Eve. But the energy, the colors, costumes, the hair, the frenetic kind of language, talking, it's just a very, very fast and funny movie. And I absolutely love Florida Project. I'm really waiting for that to come out on Plain Archive. Are going to do it, I hope.
Are they?
I think so. They've done a DVD. Oh, yes, maybe. Anyway. But the idea of having a Christmas movie set in the bright sunshine of LA is pretty cool. I think it's set in Christmas Eve. My memory. Was that on your listing, Carl?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That one next.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised anyone would pick that one, so I apologise for that. But
no, it's all right.
It was on my list as well.
It's definitely a fascinating movie to watch and then read about, and then quite a short film as well. Yeah,
You've got a storyline in it as well, haven't you, with that taxi driver?
Yeah.
Who goes out looking for the and he's like, he goes home and it's just like, nah, I'm going back out. He's like going out cruising for prostitutes, isn't he? And then he comes into their story as well. It's really good, and it's unbelievable that's been shot on an iPhone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not really a film about the transgender community. It just happens to be transgender.
Yeah.
It's people living on the edge of society in Los Angeles. Really, it's what it's about.
Yeah.
But
and their pimp in it, he's great as well, isn't he? I can't remember what else I've seen him in now. He's one of those faces that I've seen him in a few things. Can't think what it is.
His new film is going to be pretty good. I can't tell you.
Sean Baker's.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I'm not allowed to tell you.
Okay.
Good. I went. I don't know if I've told you. I actually went Blu-ray shopping with Sean Baker a few years ago.
No. Name dropping. Good name.
I met him in Cannes a few years. I actually
signed, by the way.
I went to the premiere. I went to his premiere for Florida Project, and I met him then.
Wow.
He's one of the nicest people I've met in like the film industry. But yeah,
that's cool.
I love how. Sorry. Apologize.
Fine. Carry on.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I love how he whenever he logs his films on Letterboxd, when he doesn't like it, he just says Academy screener, or watched on digital, watched on Blu-ray.
Yeah. He's a great filmmaker.
Did he do? I saw American Honey. It wasn't one of his films, was it? But
the Andrea Arnold film.
Very similar going on.
There's a good one he made called Starlet, which is really good.
Yeah.
Starlet is very good.
I think I've got that on DVD somewhere. I've not seen that for years.
Okay. There's a Blu-ray of it from America, from Kino Lorber, I think, but I've got the DVD as well. But,
I haven't seen this Tangerine yet, but I bought it in streaming a few weeks ago, so I haven't watched it yet. But.
It's a nice short one, right? It's only about 70 minutes, is it?
Yeah, a bit longer.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's
not long at all. It's a great Christmas film, though.
Yeah.
It's a traditional, not traditional Christmas film, but it's like an old-fashioned comedy, really, isn't it? In some ways.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very funny. Anyway,
right, Peter.
It's my turn, right? All right. I'll go for Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Oh,
yeah. Nice. Damn, we're really knocking on that tonight.
I thought that was an obvious one. I was expecting somebody to see this one for a while. This is a very nice surprise when Shane Black came out with this. This is his first film as a director, and the really cool thing of this film is it's a Christmas film through and through, but it's not a Christmas film. It's a detective story, but there's a Christmas spirit of forgiveness and accepting people's flaws and creating your own little family from dysfunction. So it's got a really nice Christmas spirit to it without actually being obviously Christmassy, which is what I like about it. Well, it's a nice Christmas film because it doesn't overdo it, but it's always in the background. It shows the tactics of Christmas. Well, people are coming together slowly, creating these difficult situations while still being a funny action comedy, really. So they managed to juggle so much romance and longing and loneliness and funny. And it's still probably Robert Downey Jr.'s best performance in the last 10, 15 years, really, because he was doing a lot in this film.
Nice.
Need to rewatch it for sure.
It's a fun film, man. I definitely. It caught me by surprise when it came out because I rented it just completely, not really knowing anything about it, and I was like, "Wow!" So it's 2005, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it when it came out in the cinema. It was really a nice surprise. It was kind of buried a little bit. It was like, it's good, but no one cared, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was one of those sleeper like films that's kind of like, it's got a strong like following, but it's not that big, is it? But,
and then that's a recurring theme with Shane Black.
Yeah.
He finds his audience after the theatrical release.
Mm.
We'll see if The Predator finds its audience.
Oh yeah. Oh well, we have a Dan Trachtenberg film to look forward to.
God in heaven, man.
Yeah.
I
I think in Predator's most films you should never ask Shane Black about it because I'm sure his face would drain and he'd have nightmares about it. I think he's probably on par with Alien 3 for like studio interference and horror stories behind the scenes. You know.
There are some choices in that film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really.
Fucking hell, man. Anyway.
Good timing.
Good timing. Next one for me, Better Watch Out from 2016.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I only watched this last Friday, and it instantly became one of these Christmas horror films I will definitely be watching every year. It is like, it goes down one road, and I was like, okay, I can see where this is going, and it just takes a completely different road. It's very twisted. It's very maniacal. Like the main kid in the film is meant to be 12. Is he 12, Dimitri?
No, he's not. Absolutely not.
He's meant to play 12. Yeah.
He's meant to play 12. Yeah. As is the kid from The Visit, like the other kid, the second kid.
So this kid is like fucking twisted, man. Like the ideas that he has about his babysitter and the things that he does to her is crazy. But it's all based around Christmas. It actually is a Christmas film. I don't really want to say much, but it really put an impression on me. I actually brought the Blu-ray straight after I watched it, because I was like, I have to watch this again. But yeah, it's a cool film. I don't know who else I talked to this about recently. Was it with you, Cal?
No.
Was it David?
It's told me that you watched.
It's added my watch list a few days ago.
Probably just been stalking me on Letterboxd again, haven't you?
Probably.
But yeah, it's a cool. Have you watched that, Erik?
No, I've heard of it.
Oh, Erik is gonna love this.
Yeah,
Erik is gonna love it. Oh yeah.
When I watched it, I was like, who do I know that will like this? So I was like, Peter, Erik, Dimitri's seen it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys would like it. It is pretty cool.
Oh,
This movie is
I've owned it
evil.
for ages.
Yeah, it's worth a watch.
I'll have to watch it.
It's one of the only Christmas films I've actually watched this year so far. So, yeah. Except for Eyes Wide Shut and Happiest Seasons, the other one I watched.
That's a wonderful film.
Yeah, it's not on my list though. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but Better Watch Out. Come on, man. Like, just gonna continue a little bit, but that movie, it's one of the most revolting things I've seen involving Christmas, and that's saying something. Anyway, my next pick is gonna be weird. It's gonna be Mysterious Skin, which, you know, it has certain elements of Christmas because the final scene takes place on Christmas, and there's a recurring theme of this sense of compassion and companionship which runs through the film, which personally helped me a lot when I was a teen, which when I watched it, I was a rather young age. And Greg Araki's films kind of, I've always resonated with them a lot. And Mysterious Skin was the one that really, really helped me during my teenhood. It's weird to say, maybe it's corny to say when films like really help you, but this one was therapeutic in a lot of ways. And I think there's a strong sense of this kind of like the Christmas spirit that runs through the film. It's more of the kind of the empathetic human elements that come from Christmas rather than, you know, the visual elements of Christmas, which I find to be the more important kind of elements of Christmas rather than the iconography. I would rather have human beings being close to each other and taking each other on a journey and helping each other, which to me is probably the most vital element of the Christmas spirit. So yeah, Mysterious Skin, one of my favorite films of all time, really. And probably the most important film of my life, really. Yeah.
I didn't watch it because it's subject matter, but maybe I should. I don't know.
I mean,
is it about what I think it's about, or am I getting
it is. But it's about getting through this. It's about getting through this. And it's about finding it in yourself to kind of live after that. And it is rough.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's also very human. It's also really, really human. And there are not a lot of films that do this, really, I think. Not a lot of films talk about the subject matter. Not a lot of films explore it in such a thorough and humanistic way. Yeah, that's it.
On Blu-ray, easy to get hold of on Blu-ray, is it?
It's there has a US release that
there's a German media book as well, yeah.
Yes, there's German media book too.
Oh, I like my German media books.
You're German.
It's an interesting media book because it's horizontal.
Yeah. It's got English subtitles.
I'm not sure. It has an English audio track, but I'm not sure about the subtitles.
Private joke with me and Hus. I bought a Korean movie, German media book the other week, and it hasn't got any English subtitles. So, yeah, can't remember what it's called now.
I have a pretty Godzilla Blu-rays that actually have no subtitles, or German subtitles. So you just watch them without the subtitles and just enjoy Godzilla crashing things with no clue what's going on. It's just like, that's fine, it's a monster. That's fine. Oh yeah, Dion, I bought better watch outs, you bastard.
Carl, update.
A lot of my picks have gone now, but I wanted to get one nostalgia pick in there, and the one I went for was Home Alone, just because this film is just seared into my brain. I'll tell you why in a minute, but everyone's seen Home Alone. I rewatched it again recently on because the 4K has come out with my kids. They all love it. Obviously, it's just full of sort of visual comedy. Joe Pesci's amazing in it. And what this film, I watched this when I was, I don't know, maybe 10, and I can remember getting this idea of this is you can lay out these booby traps to these kids. So I thought I'll try that out, and this is why it's seared into my brain, because I got into some pretty serious trouble. This is like classic children's logic. What I did was my grandparents used to live with us, so I decided to cover my granddad's bedroom floor with cotton wool, and under the cotton wool I put drawing pins. Why I didn't just put the drawing pins in the carpet, I don't know, but I covered them with cotton wool. But the worst bit was, 5 minutes before doing that, I also pissed in his slippers. So the idea was that obviously he'd cut his feet, which is pretty sadistic when I think back to a 10-year-old me now. But I blame Home Alone, and I tried to blame the film, and it didn't work. So that film is just burnt into my memory, good and bad.
That's
so
crazy.
I got to put Home Alone in there.
Kids are evil, man.
Yeah.
Kids are evil.
To be honest, I was more shocked by the piss in the slippers than I was by the cotton ball sunbag.
Yeah.
That's kind of what mind moment.
Fucking hell, Carl.
I still don't know why I put the cotton wool there, a layer of cotton wool over, like it was gonna do anything, or God knows.
Oh man. That actually.
I will say though, his feet didn't make it to the slippers, so there was
that's okay.
Yeah.
I remember watching this. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Carry on.
I remember watching Home Alone in the cinema with a packed audience, and it felt like when I saw Planes and Trains and Automobiles, just when you hold of the audience are just laughing, their heads off. It's a great experience.
It's a hit and a half, wasn't it? Like,
yeah, it was just I never forget those experiences. It's so different watching movies in cinemas. When you watch a movie when it first come out in the cinema, like Jaws or Star Wars, I mean, I wouldn't have to watch those films, The Fog, Alien, whatever. But Home Alone, I definitely remember watching that in a packed cinema in Colchester. Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, out of the two, though. Sorry, Karen.
No, go on.
I want to hear your comment.
I was just going to say, to me, it's just one of them warm hugs of a film, despite my evil intentions afterwards.
Yeah. It's just the music, isn't it? Every time it's like, it just it hits you every time, doesn't it? But out of the two, though, what's your favorite one or two? Everyone, which one?
One, because 2 has Donald Trump in it. Of
Hey,
course, one.
one. David?
One.
I like 2 actually.
I had 2. Peter?
1. Don't like 2.
I'm a 2 fan. I love 2.
I think 2.
Really?
Yeah. I love. I forgot his name. Rocky Horror guy.
Oh,
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry, yeah.
Yeah, I love him in, and I love him in that.
Rob Schneider's in it as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's
Oh,
the
I know.
best bellboy.
Hellboy.
Yeah. I love the second one. I think it's hilarious. Isaac says Home Alone is what they play on repeat in Guantanamo to break spirit and will.
Oh, Isaac, shut up.
Right,
That's some imagination there.
swiftly moving on.
We're back to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one I'm gonna go for like a proper Christmas movie. I'm gonna go for Lethal Weapon.
We have a reunion here of Shane Black films. Yeah.
3 now.
It starts off with a Christmas song. It goes straight into it with a Christmas song, and nothing more Christmassy than a girl off her nut committing suicide. You know, we all get lonely from Christmas. This leads to 2 cops getting together. One is getting too old for this shit, and one is Mel Gibson. And yeah, I think they're a brilliant partnership together. I mean, Danny Glover was to be like his previous film was his first big role, was The Color Purple. And then all of a sudden, he becomes like an action star. It's just mad. Like Danny Glover is the least action star actor you can imagine, but you know he went on to do Predator 2.
Yeah, you better not be dissing Predator 2.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Predator 2 is awesome.
But yeah, I think it's brilliant. I mean, my favorite one is number 2 with Leo Getz. You know, okay. No, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think Lethal Weapon is just, you know, if you're not going to have Die Hard, you have to have Lethal Weapon. It's a great action movie, and Mel Gibson's brilliant in it.
Yeah,
I forgot.
second Mel Gibson film.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean Mel Gibson can't do anything wrong. He can do no wrong.
Well, he did Batman, so
Ooh,
you know.
Dragged
It was
across
in
the
our
concrete
list today.
for me.
yes.
Yeah, you guys Lethal Weapon fans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Mel Gibson. I think, yeah. No,
You're not a fan, Dion?
It's just been ages since I watched them, you know. Like I remember watching them like VHS with my uncle years ago. I just don't know why I've never gone back to them really.
Yeah, maybe to be honest, I think they're really fun, but they get less and less, you know, fun on rewatching. Yeah, all of them really.
Yeah.
And the score with the saxophone.
Did I hear that they're making another one soon? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, that is.
That was a TV show, right? That was a TV show for Lethal Weapon, which is like the same. That was right.
I think so.
Or was it?
Which was
I give up.
which had like a situation on set, I think, when one of the main actors, like they were fired, I think.
Yeah, they're very abusive on set, I heard.
Yes. This is the one. Yeah. Which was, and you know, I'm so fascinated by all of these TV shows that originated out of these franchises. Like, you know, you have the Taken TV show, you have the Lethal Weapon TV show. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Limitless, I think, had a TV show.
Wow.
I didn't even know
Liza TV show.
no clue that even existed. Oh,
Right.
what was going on there? We had the power cut.
Well, Carl still has internet, so
It's like, you know, it's like watching the host, isn't it?
I know.
It's like the host, but what's happening?
God.
Okay,
It's,
I'm back. No, one of my I didn't know what would happen. One of my kids just started screaming, so I just but they're just being silly.
Jimmy D-Bag says, can't watch Home Alone anymore as it reminds me of when I was a kid watching constantly on VHS when things were better, way too depressing to watch them now. Yeah, I know what you mean. There is a weird sense to them, isn't it? It's like a kind of time gone by for a lot of people. I get that with one film that I may discuss if nobody else picks it in a minute. We'll see. I must be the only person that dislikes Die Hard films and Lethal Weapon films.
Right.
What? How can you not like Die Hard?
Die Hard 5 was atrocious.
Oh yeah, my favorite.
A good day, indeed, a good day to Die Hard.
Number 4 isn't that great either, with Justin Long.
Die Hard with Avengers is my favorite.
yeah,
The
that's
Justin Long one was actually fine, I think.
Yeah, I like that one. Die Hard
Yeah,
5
the-
was with the dude from Australia.
Jai Courtney with Jai Courtney. Yeah.
Captain
Oh, yeah.
Boomerang. Oh, yeah.
You know that Jai Courtney's making music now, like Jeremy Renner, and he's making music like Vin Diesel.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Which one? This.
Yeah. Oh, you're not aware of Vin Diesel's musical career?
Uh,
and,
You're about to find out a whole world
Wow.
of gems.
Maybe they'll be big in Germany like the Hoff.
Does he sing with a really deep voice as well?
No, I mean the thing with Vin Diesel is his tracks. He makes them, I think, with some EDM producer, and they're like this kind of imagine like the stuff that plays on the radio in the summer, and this is the Vin Diesel versions of those songs. And Jai Courtney and Jeremy Renner, they make like more like rock stuff, like folk country stuff. So yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic for 2020.
I'll be honest with you, Jai Courtney won me over with Suicide Squad. I thought he was brilliant in that. It was so funny.
He was really good in that film, I think. Like the only good film about that film.
Yeah, but I mean that's the only film that I really liked him in. So I don't know. I mean, if he went back to doing shit films,
I like Jack Reacher. I was good in Jack Reacher with Herzog.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's good at playing scumbags, basically. That's his niche. Play villains and talk scumbags, and you're good.
And in the Terminator, right? He was in Genesis, right? Yeah, he was in Genesis.
He played Carl Reese.
Yeah.
I always get confused between him and Sam Worthington because Sam Worthington is fucking atrocious as well.
Oh,
well, he's
always get too mixed
got like
up.
15 Avatar movies coming up. He's set.
But why? He's fucking old. He's not even a leading man. Do you know? Oh, fucking hell. I hate Avatar. So
I mean, Sam Worthington was in this film called Rogue, from Greg McLean, this Australian Killer Croc film, and he played this like Australian hick, which I thought was a great role. I think like this is one of those films where Sam Worthington actually fits. Yeah. And no disrespect to the guy. No disrespect to the guy.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we move away from trash actors now?
Yeah. All right,
It's the Christmas spirit. Let's be kind.
No.
a second now. We're getting moving. So I gotta do a Japanese film at some point here. So I'm gonna throw one in. I'm gonna throw in Survive Style 5 from 2004. And the second half of that film takes place at Christmas time. Now, what it is it's an anthology, comedy, drama, and you have like 4 or 5 different stories, and it doesn't do it in order. It's like you jump between the stories throughout the entire course of the film, and some of them will intersect and stuff like that. And my favorite story of the bunch is Tadanobu Asano's story, where he's basically a guy who repeatedly kills his wife, but every time he comes home, she's waiting for him. And every time he has a different personality and different abilities and reactions to him, which is just phenomenal. And so and he goes through, and the whole film, it's almost like a film that has a lot of Christmassy type of morals to it and spirit. You know, there's a lot of, emphasis on acceptance of others and kind of coming to terms with relationships with people in your life and stuff like that. And actually, with a story like that one, it actually ends off on a very kind of dramatically impactful kind of series of events that occurs. So I was kind of impressed with this one. It's got a, it's definitely a little bit of a quirkier comedy. Almost at times it feels like a series of almost not connected vignettes, but it's still, some of the stories do have a nice little, moral to them, which I really appreciated. And there's some great scenes revolving Christmas in the second half. So I would recommend this one to people who want something a little different and fun.
Could you explain why it's called 5+? Is there more than 5 segments?
I don't know. I think it's just for emphasis.
Oh, okay. Interesting title. I just looked at it and yeah.
You got Sonny Chiba in it too. There's a bunch of people in it too. Vinnie Jones is in it.
What?
Yeah.
Why is Vinnie Jones in a Japanese movie?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Okay.
This is going straight into my watch list.
Description: he kills his wife in this Christmas movie. I didn't see this film.
And that's one of the most heartwarming stories of them all too.
Wow. Is it all by this? Oh wait, it's not by the same director, right? Is it all by the same director?
Oh, I gotta check. I that's a good question. I don't know this.
Because like anthology films are always like they live or die based on who made them and how many directors made them. Like the ABCs of death. I remember how that movie was, and it's like you have some segments which are cool, some segments which are.
No, it's one director.
That's incredible! Wow, I need to watch this. Thank you.
Right. David.
What should I go for next? I'm going to stick with the 90s, a film that I was obsessed with when it came out. A film by Doug Liman called Go, which you may not have heard of.
Yep, I've seen it.
You got it? I mean, Swingers come out. It's set in Christmas. It's kind of like it's a very dialogue heavy. It's a bit like Pulp Fiction type of film. If you must all know Swingers though from 1996, which was like a big game changer.
Yeah.
It's just like we love really cool, snappy, sassy dialogue. Like I say, like Tarantino. Then check out. I need to rewatch it because I can't remember. I remember some of the cool lines. I won't try and replicate them now. But it's black comedy. Katie Holmes in it. Loads of plot twists. Was that?
Timothy Oliphant as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Go from 1999. My selection.
I've seen like the cover of that countless times, but since you've suggested it, it's very.
Yeah. I think it will hold up. I think some of the scenes are so hilarious. And if you love Pulp Fiction, then you need it's very similar kind of vibe. Don't young people say?
Doug Liman made this, like the Tom Cruise director, the guy who makes like the American Made.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
What a movie! I love that. I love Edge of Tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah.
Edge of Tomorrow is fantastic.
It's just got some great scenes. And I mean, obviously, a lot of it for me is about I got obsessed by Swingers. And I did the same with Go. There's just got so many great, so much great dialogue in it and performances. So
I've actually soundtracked this film, which is I've got the soundtrack to go. Actually, the soundtrack.
Great. Yeah, it's got a great soundtrack. I'm sure. Yeah, but I do need to rewatch it. I was going through films that, sort of looking at Christmas films. And I remember this one, it was set at Christmas. It reminded me how much I loved it back in the day when it first came out. That's such a long time ago. So it reminded me I need to watch it again.
Nice. Jimmy D-Bag says Vince Vaughn is great despite being a conservative douchebag.
He was great in Freaky, I have to say.
He was great in Freaky.
He was really good in that movie.
Brawling Cell Block.
99.
Yes.
Oh my word! I mean, that is the performance of his career, I would say.
I liked him in Dragged Across Concrete as well, though.
What's that?
I liked him in Dragged Across Concrete as well.
And same director, I believe.
Yeah, this is like the most as Greg Zoller movie he's ever made. Like, it's basically him being unfiltered. I love Bone Tomahawk and Brawl and Block 99, but Dragged Across Concrete, I'm not sure about that movie. Like, there's a thin line between it becoming like a really the manifestation of everything that was wrong with America from 2016 up until now, which is, I'm not sure about that film still.
I think somebody did ask him, like, because it played at Venice when I was there, and somebody actually asked him that question: are you just making a point of this, or is it just something that you didn't really think about?
I feel like he's just taking the piss. Like, the scene with the woman who works at the bank, like, that's just so out of place. I feel like, what was the point of that? It was so nasty. I'm just cringing thinking about it.
I did see Vince Vaughn falling asleep watching Dragged Across Concrete in Venice, though. It was quite funny. So a world premiere in his tuxedo, and he actually had a nap. It's like a 3-hour movie, though, doesn't it? So,
it was very relaxed. That must mean he was very relaxed.
Isaac says Vince Vaughn's Norman Bates is kind of the equivalent of getting coal in your stocking.
Mm-hmm.
I quite like Vince Vaughn.
Yeah, I don't mind it either.
Yeah. Well, he's great at swingers, that's for sure. He's fantastic.
Yeah. I've got a soft spot for Vince Vaughn in Psycho. But...
Yeah, Isaac, watch my video about Vince Vaughn in Psycho. Watch it. I've done a whole video on this.
Trust Peter.
Yeah, of course. Would you expect anything less from me to have a Psycho video?
Jimmy says Dragged has some terrible neoconservative analogies in it, though. The back scene that Dimitri just mentioned being one of them.
Okay.
Right.
Peter, you're up.
Yeah, right.
Peter.
I'm going for something silly this time. I'm actually going for a silly Christmas comedy, which is a very Harold and Kumar Christmas.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my God. It was in my list too.
It's wonderful. It's really.
It's so good.
It's so funny, and I'm again this year. I'm definitely watching again this year. I've seen it in 3D as well, and it's really silly 3D effects coming at you, which is it's so gratuitous. The 3D is completely gratuitous. That's a joke. It's like they do almost all these gags in 3D, but the idea of shooting Santa with the steak and the baby on drugs. And just amidst all of that insanity, the fact there's a nice little story about how one character's got too uptight, one character has to grow up a little bit, and just these two guys getting back together. It works really nicely as a nice little character comedy amidst a lot of really bizarre gags. And Neil Patrick Harris as the take the piss at himself again was really funny and really enjoyable. And all in all, it's a really fun, silly movie for Christmas. It's just so much fun. It's just utterly delightful how crude it gets.
I love all of the Harold and Kumar films. I think they're fucking hilarious.
The scene when they go to White Castle in the first film is one of the most satisfying endings of all time, and I will stand by this opinion.
Even Guantanamo Bay is a pile of crap, but fuck, it's funny.
God.
Well, yeah.
It's weird how Cal Penn, he gets asked whether he smokes weed. People come up to him and is like, "Do you want a blunt?" And he's like, "Oh, sorry, I don't actually smoke weed." And everybody gets disappointed the fact that Kumar doesn't smoke weed.
Yeah.
Hilarious, man. Nobody knew what White Castle was in the UK until that film came out. Are you a White Castle fan, Erik, or do you not have White Castle at yours?
No, I've never even seen those.
Have you ever had Are you a fan of Jack in the Box?
There's none near me on that either.
Because you're from New York, so you don't have In and Out. You have a Shake Shack instead.
No, I'm in the middle of nowhere, New York. I'm not in near the city or anything, so I don't know any of these places. I have Five Guys near me and stuff like that.
Oh, Five Guys.
Five Guys with a passion.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna grab my charger.
You don't like Five Guys?
No, it's overpriced shit.
Oh.
It is overpriced, but their fries are really good. Asian fries.
Because I'm
really
a veggie, all I can get is a fucking cheese sandwich. Like that's all they fucking provide, and fucking fries. I'm like, nah. I went there with Dimitri once. I was like, fucking hell.
Yeah. It is a nightmare for vegetarians and vegans. I can admit that. That's.
I only went there to spend time with my friend.
Sorry. I am sorry.
Hey, I forgive you. I'm a forgiving human.
This Christmas spirit.
Yeah, I am very festive today after watching Wonder Woman 1984 because it's actually a Christmas film because the ending is set in Christmas.
What's her like? What's her name like in it? She plays the bad guy.
Kristen Wiig.
Yeah,
I liked her. It's like basically the only thing is like I've read a few Wonder Woman comics when I was like younger. Cheetah's like the big rival to Diana Prince anyway. But it's not really focused on her. It's more focused on Pedro Pascal, who's playing Max Lord, and it like there's more focus on that villain than Cheetah. But the fight between Cheetah and Wonder Woman is really good.
all right.
Is that the one that's in the trailer where she jumps at her? Like,
Yeah,
lunges at her and yeah.
yeah. So that's like, but I gotta say Pedro Pascal is really good in the film as well. AKA the Mandalorian that had a bombshell of an ending.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Depending on how you look at it.
Did you hear that some guy on Reddit predicted the whole last episode like months ago?
Really? Wow.
Yeah, the whole plot of it, he predicted it.
Like down to minuscule details.
Not minuscule, but basically everything that happened from his prediction.
Wow. I mean, I was dreading something like this happening, to be honest with you. I was like, please no.
Half the reason they kind of pointed to where it was going. Ultimately, if you pay attention, you'd be like, that's obviously going to be the ending.
Yeah,
like the whole Grogu sitting on the ancient stone thing. Yeah, it was kind of leading up to this.
So I wasn't surprised when I saw the ending because I was like, I thought I was going to go there.
To be fair, it was just one of those, isn't it? Anyway, let's not spoil it if anybody hasn't seen it. Don't spoil it if anybody now.
Yeah.
Namaste. Okay. Who's next?
You?
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. I'm gonna go for my nostalgia choice now, just in case he gets picked by somebody. Muppet Christmas Carol. This I would say was the first film I think I saw in the cinema in 1992. And I distinctly remember going in. I remember going with my mum and my grandmother, and it just became like something I loved so much because I love the Muppets anyway. And it really is like my favorite interpretation of Christmas Carol by a country mile. Gonzo playing Charles Dickens is just one of the randomest things in the world. It has the best songs of most of the Christmas songs I know. I know every fucking song in that film. It just takes me back to a time like I was, I had my whole family together, and every year we watch it in my house, and it just makes us happy. It just takes us to this like period of time where we were all together, even though we're not together anymore because of people dying and stuff like that. It's just always been that kind of core film that's been like the anchor in our like family watching over Christmas. So it's just one of those. But I got to watch it with my niece for the first time last year, and even her getting engaged to it's another generation of my family that's going into this like amazing film. I think it epitomizes the whole spirit of Christmas. The Christmas Carol is like the ultimate Christmas story, bigger than the story of Jesus. Okay, who wasn't even born on Christmas Day. I think Christmas Carol is just like fundamentally one of the most human stories ever made, and I think what Jim Henson brought to the table with that film is just fucking extraordinary, and I love it to death. So,
what was the original release year on this one?
92.
Yeah, it was.
This one, Michael Caine.
Michael
Caine.
Because of Dion, should Gonzo play Jesus to top it?
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. It is good. I don't know if anybody else has like a strong connection to that film, or is it just
I
one?
really like that film as well. I'm a big Muppet fan too. I really have an affection for them. So I thought I was a kid, so it was just one of those things. It was always, especially Fuzzy Bear. Fuzzy Bear was always my favorite.
Fuzzy. Gonzo is my favorite. See, I've loved Gonzo like forever. It's my favorite.
What about the Swedish Chef?
Oh, nah.
He's such a weird caricature. I've always found it so weird how like you have all of these Muppets and all of a sudden like a resemblance of a human being.
I know, it's bizarre, isn't it? But anytime I think of like Swedish things, I think of him. Then it's like skirty birdie birdie birdie. Do you know what I mean? It's just it's just the hands as well. He's got giant human hands.
Yeah.
Hands. It's crazy. But yeah, Oya's here. Hello, Oya.
Mrs. I like the two old men from the Muppets.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
When they play the Marley Brothers, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's just like we're Marley and Marley. Yeah. I love it. So good. Oh man. Yeah. I just so remember going to watch that film in the cinema. Like it's like that and Jurassic Park are like the two earliest like memories I have going to the cinema. Like completely.
First time I went to the cinema was Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren, baby.
Changed my life forever.
Mum's yours.
Very easy. No, that's I would love. There's two films I would love to see in the cinema when they came out: is Jaws and The Exorcist.
Alien and the Fog is a double bill. That was a life changer.
Yeah.
The atmosphere was literally dripping off me as I came out. Incredible.
Jimmy D. Banks recently picked up that In the House from Howlman that you recommended, Dion, and loved it. Great sleep on. Yes, welcome to the Ozone Club. Yeah, In the House by Francois Ozon. I would show it to you, but my office is full of Christmas presents right now, so like my whole collection is like hiding right now. It's a really good Francois Ozon film. It's £2 in Poundland. Buy it if you can.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's perfect.
Wow. Yeah. So, I mean, we talked about kind of not so Christmassy movies, and I felt like I had to pick one that was just so out there and so random that I picked Prometheus by Ridley Scott.
The Christmas tree.
Okay. Hear me out. There is a running theme of them celebrating Christmas and then shit going down right after they celebrate Christmas. A lot of people feel like it's a biblical allegory on, the birth of Jesus and how basically what Shaw creates, Virgin Mary, she creates this creature, which is Jesus, which I do not agree with. But I think there is, there is this weird sense of Christmas kind of ruining things, which I've talked so much about Christmas being all about empathy and compassion and lovely festive spirit, but Prometheus kind of flips it on its head, and you have absolute nightmare happening right after they celebrate Christmas. So when the crew, when the crew kind of has this lovely, wonderful moment, after that, basically they get invaded by this, by this parasite. So
yeah,
which is which I feel like Prometheus is that kind of film that some people love it, some people really hate it. I'm in the first camp where I really like that film. I'm less hot on Covenant. But yeah, Prometheus, very weird film. I really love it.
Hell yeah, I love Prometheus. I never thought of it that way though.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Trust me, my number 5 is weirder than that.
Oh god. Amazing. I'm intrigued by this now. Good choice though, Dimitri. I like your hypothesis on this.
The things I noticed the Christmas thing as well, Prometheus, to be honest, because that's us recently there were a lot of Christmassy little things in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is.
It has that like
That's
something.
pretty good.
It has that like some elements of Christmas iconography in it, but then it also introduces like Christmas elements, but then completely reverses them right after you have this Christmas scene, which is, I feel like, a really smart choice for a film like this.
Nice. Okay.
This one is probably one of my favourites, and it's called Rare Exports: A Christmas Tale. It's a Finnish film. It's a horror, and it's about a little boy who lives with his dad, and he's pretty obsessed with Santa. But like with Krampus, I think there's other versions of Santa in this country, and this version that does appear isn't the nice Santa. There's some sort of drilling expedition taking place in this mountain nearby, and there's this giant block of ice that they managed to like excavate, and there's these giant horns sticking out of it, and then weird things start happening around the town. All the reindeers are being slaughtered, all the children are going missing. The little boy's dad, they've got wolf traps near the house, and he catches some old naked guy with a beard in his wolf trap. The little boy thinks it's Santa, but it's not. What it is, eventually hundreds of these bearded naked men all turn up, and they're like Santa's helpers, and they're taking the children. Yeah, and they're I can't remember it exactly because it's been a while, but I think they're taking the children, putting them all in sacks, taking them all to this ice block that's slowly melting. And then obviously it does melt, and he gets out, and it gets quite a bit worse. But I won't like spoil it. It's definitely worth watching. It's really good addition to the sort of Christmas horror, I think.
It's on Prime right now for free, I think.
I saw it last night.
Oh yeah, I think David hated it.
I hated it. Yeah, I fell asleep. Didn't get it. I woke up and there was a bunch. Yeah, I mean, maybe I missed the important middle section, but I hate the beginning. I hate the end. So sorry.
You've got a bit of a bad week for the films, haven't you, Dave?
The middle's a masterpiece, Dave.
Oh no.
I grew up 400 kilometers away from Finland, so when you grow up near a place like this and you are kind of immersed in the mythology of Joulupukki, like the Finnish version of Santa, you kind of feel this.
Is that what it? What it is. Then?
Yeah.
That's the Finnish one.
Yeah, and I remember this movie came out in December, and I went to watch it as a kid. Like I was a wee kid, like I was so young, and I was horrified by those naked elves. Like genuinely fucking horrified. It's like old men with in their birth suit, and it's just so weird. And the fact that you have this like lead kid who kind of supposed to be a bit like the audience, how he still kind of believes in the Christmas spirit, but then it kind of gets ruined for him. I felt like for me that was a bit too much. But yeah, it's a really weird R-rated Christmas movie that I've not rewatched since then, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I've not found it in myself to revisit this movie.
Still scarred by the naked old man.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
100 of them. Over 100.
Yeah, that was like a scene with them in the shower, I think. Something like that. Yeah, I was just sitting there thinking like, what am I watching? Jesus Christ. I thought I'll see like a nice Christmas like fantasy movie. It wasn't even rated R, like it was rated 14 plus. And I was like, I don't know, like 11 or 12. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna go watch this. And yeah. That's how this turned out.
Fucking hell. Okay, I might check it out. I'm intrigued. Very intrigued.
You'll like it, Dion. That's the way you look at it.
Maybe. I like trash though. Trash is fun. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, is it me?
Yeah, it is you. This is your last one, right?
Yeah, but do you know what? I made a big list, not thinking that my titles like they'll get picked up. So I'm really sport for choice here. I'm thinking I might put one that no one has probably seen. Maybe Erik has seen it. It's a Japanese film by Hiachi Okamoto. It's called Blue Christmas. Have you seen it, Erik?
No.
Okay, so it's 1978, if I remember correctly. It's a so it's set during Christmas, and young kids are getting into this American pop group, but at the same time you're getting all these young kids who their blood is starting to turn blue, and they're saying it's because of UFOs and aliens. It's an absolutely weird movie, and yeah, it's not amazing, but it's just like proper Japanese cheese. Something you'll get from 1978. It's absolutely weird. It's mad when kids' faces and their tongues start turning blue. But yeah, really cool movie nonetheless. Blue Christmas.
Also called Blood Type Blue, I think, on Letterboxd.
Blood
That's
Type
how I
Blue.
found it.
Yeah.
This looks wonderful. I'm sorry, but this looks really fun.
Yeah, it is a fun movie. It does take itself quite seriously at some points, but others it's just like, well, it knows it's trash. You know, at the beginning you really think it's a serious film, but then there's points when they go to America and it's just like, they must have like run out of budget then, and they're just like, it is just taking the piss out of itself. Yeah,
I think that's how you know the movie's good. When like by the end of the production, you know it stops taking itself seriously.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but I mean, the director, he made some really like great movies as well. What was it he did? I'm just trying to find out. I mean, he worked with Shiro Mifune as well, so it's like.
Oh, he made the Sword of Doom.
Yeah, he made Sword of Doom. But he also made
Day,
like that.
Fort
He made
Greene,
Samurai Assassin, yeah. He made Zatoichi Meets Yojimbo. I guess like it just something happened.
Is the Blue Christmas? Is it anywhere available? Or?
I watched it quite a while ago.
What was the other title for it again? Did you say?
Blood Type Blue.
Blood Type Blue. Okay, let's have a look. Blood Type Blue. No. No. There's no Blu-ray of it anyway. But...
All right, I'll just check to see if there was a.
The Blue Stigma as well, according to Wikipedia.
Sorry, House. I maybe misheard or something else. How is it connected to Christmas specifically? Like, do they have like?
It's set during Christmas.
And they go to America during Christmas.
Yeah, well,
Oh, wow.
like the end of the film is when it all really culminates, and it's during like Christmas. That's why it's called Blue Christmas.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I can't find it nowhere. No. Can't even find it on YouTube. Just trailers on YouTube.
Yeah.
They show there's trailers. There's 3 trailers for it, and then underneath it, I get Donny Osmond and Mary Osmond Christmas special. And it's like, what the fuck is the connection here? Yeah, okay.
YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy D Bags says people believe that RoboCop is an allegoric tale of the rebirth of Jeebus Element. Oh my god! And he also asks, "How about Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence? Is this considered a Christmas movie? Because I love that one. Katana stand-up performance, in my opinion. I would say it's a Christmas film.
Yeah, they all get free for Christmas.
I was
Yeah.
going to put it on, but I didn't because I didn't think it's a Christmas movie. Okay.
Yeah, I would consider it a Christmas film, but I don't know. It's just there's so many parallels to that film. I don't know. I don't feel like I would have the mental strength to watch it over Christmas.
Nah.
It was on my list.
All right.
Yeah, it was on my list as like extras just in case any of them get picked. But I don't consider it a Christmas movie as such because there's nothing really Christmassy about it when it comes to Christmas Day, other than the fact that they free the soldiers.
Yeah, true. And then I'm gonna attempt the name. Adrian Carrasquedo says Puss.
Okay.
Anyway,
There's so much low-hanging fruit left. I mean, there's.
I know.
Do I pick an easy one? This is kind of hard now.
We could do one more, can't we? Should we make it 6 each? Is everyone all right to do 6?
Yeah.
I have no idea what to choose.
Or we could just talk about the stuff that, like, not honorable mentions, but we could just discuss other things if you want. Easier.
Freewheel, the last one.
Let's see. I'm gonna do. Let's do a big one here. Let's do. You know what? I got to man up here and pick. I'm just gonna do Gremlins. I'll do Gremlins. Why not?
That was on my list.
1984. I remember the thing I remember most about this is the first time I was watching it as a little kid. I was watching with my parents. And then when Phoebe Cates tells that macabre story about her father dying in the chimney, after she finishes the story, my mom just started laughing hysterically. That's my first experience with this movie. So I like the obviously the practical effects are great. I mean, it's so funny, all the shenanigans these little gremlins get into. I had a big crush on Phoebe Cates when I was younger as well. A lot of black humor in it. Good finale. It has a nice crescendo for a finale. I mean, what else is there to say about this? I think if they were to remake it, the CGI has to be really good. Otherwise, it's not good.
It's kind of like with the Child's Play thing, right? Like, if you do the remake, don't do a robot Chucky doll.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that one.
I think that's the weird thing about the Gremlins, though. Is just like they have that like ickiness to them. It's just the skin is just it just looks weird and distasteful for. I don't know. It's just there's a weird feeling to the creatures within those films that just work. Do you know what I mean?
And it's not like Critters, where Critters are like, they're so like they're balls of hair.
Yeah.
Gremlins actually had personality. Like you have Gizmo, like the iconic character. Like there's no other word to describe them. Like everybody knows Gizmo.
Yeah.
So stellar choice, I would say.
And I do like the sequel a lot. I do like
because it's really weird. It's really weird, and I love it for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes into like the most bizarre directions.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it. Everyone turned to this when everyone fell for it entirely. Just like when the roles seemed to get messed about, the entire audience fell for it. We thought the film had collapsed on us. Great.
Is everybody excited for the Hulk Hogan biopic starring Chris Hemsworth?
No.
No, I didn't know about that.
We are now.
It's a Netflix. It's a Netflix film. There's another. There's that biopic as well with a thingy, isn't there? Lily Collins playing. Lily James playing Pamela Anderson.
And Sebastian Stan playing.
Tommy Lee. Yeah.
Oh
They're
god.
gonna do that thing on the boat.
Which is like the weirdest. This is the weirdest casting choices I've heard in years. I think.
Movies like.
I mean, the movie is weird. Like we had The Dirt from Netflix recently, which just like, come on, man, like.
That was some weird shit.
What it was when we the Ultimate Warrior movie biography.
Hell yeah.
That's what we need. Not Hulk Hogan.
Fucking love Ultimate Warrior.
That's true.
Need Andre the Giant.
is Chris Hemsworth going to like bulk up for it? Because
Probably. The story is that he's going to film Love and Thunder, the new Thor film, and then he's going to just maintain his physique and bulk up a bit more for the Hulk Hogan film, which he's filming straight after, from what I've been told.
Yeah. Is he going to do the racist bit? Really?
You know what they should do is cross-market it. Thor, Love and Thunder, and then Hulk Hogan, Love and Thunder.
Oh my God! Imagine.
You know when he got with the whole racism thing, and then he started to go onto Twitter, and then people were tweeting him like pictures of like Rio Ferdinand with like someone going, "This is me and my son," and like they were just tweeting it, and he was retweeting it. Like, Jimmy Savile, "This is my granddad." He passed away, and he knew that you were a really cool guy, Hulk. Can you give him a retweet? And he'd retweet pictures of Jimmy Savile and like Joseph Fritzl. He's like, this is like, I felt so sorry for him because English people we're just such bastards.
Yeah,
this is mad. I was a better person before knowing this.
Yeah.
Okay then. So.
Okay. I'm not sure about this one, but I saw it a week or so ago, a film from 2020 called Spontaneous, which is set in Christmas time. And I don't know why, but I just really love teenage comedies, black teenage comedies. And this one is like pretty dark. It's a horror kind of comedy, black comedy, about kids that inexplicably are exploding in classrooms in college. A little bit like Ready or Not. It's just got a wonderful, wonderful script written by the guy who wrote Underwater. First time, Brian Duffield's first film, I think. Something to watch out for. It's got Catherine Langford in it as well, who is unbelievable.
The 13 Reasons Why girl. Yeah? Is that the one?
I'm pretty sure it's Catherine Langford.
Yeah. That's her. And it has the guy from Lean on Pete, like Charlie Plummer. The
yeah,
kid.
he's in it. Yeah, he's in it.
Yeah, they're both really talented.
Yeah, it's just like real. I mean, it's a great script. It's really, I kind of when I first watched it, I was blown away. Really, I'm a bit worried. I got a sort of penchant for teenage comedies. John Hughes territory a little bit. Booksmart meets Heathers, I would say. There you go. If you like Booksmart, you like Heathers. I know you all do because they're amazing movies. I recommend Spontaneous.
See, I actually do like watching newer films with teenagers because it helps. It's kind of interesting seeing the new culture and the new generation and stuff like that. Yeah. I do actually quite like them a lot.
I saw Rocks a few days ago as well, which is like a fly on the wall. Feels like a fly on the wall documentary. And I've got two teenage girls, so it's like me trying to, a window on their world and their lingo and all that. So maybe I identify that way, but there's something about really well-written teenage, because obviously the film is also, it's kind of got a commentary on teenage life as well as the kids blowing up and the sassy dialogue. But really cool little movie. Yeah.
I'll check that one out.
Spontaneous. As in spontaneous combustion, I guess.
Yeah.
Next.
Peter.
All right, my one. Since Dimitri went for Prometheus, I'm going even further.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'm going for Hazard Balthazar, the metaphor for Christ on a donkey.
Whoa.
So we're going to Bresson.
What?
We're going to freaking Bresson.
Yeah, we're going Bresson.
One of the most depressing directors of all time.
Yep, we're going for this one. Watch this in the Christmas hall.
I'm going. Okay, I'm ready to listen.
Right. Basically, Balthazar is a look at his face. Like This is derailed.
I'm just waiting to hear this. I'm excited.
Yeah, you look
I
fascinated.
tried to watch this movie.
Yeah, basically, it's about the trials of a donkey that goes through life and is treated hellishly throughout. And the idea is a metaphor for Christianity. The idea is a metaphor for Christ because Christ was brutalized throughout his life and he forgave people. And the idea was his life is seen as done as a donkey, basically. But it's actually just about how people treat animals and treat each other and how try and find forgiveness in small things. And it's a Christmas movie by the fact that it is a metaphor for the thing we're all celebrating, which is actually something that's hard to find in life because you use all these like Santa Claus and all the rest of it to actually get back to the emotion of coming together and actually finding some human emotion with each other. And this is about that and how what happens when you lack that. That's my explanation.
I'm impressed.
That's really impressive.
I accept your hypothesis, Peter.
Was it made in 1929 or something? Though? A long time ago. When was the film made? Long time. When?
It's the 50s.
50s, really?
Yeah, I wasn't going to go here until Dimitri went Prometheus, and I thought,
I'm 66, actually, Balthazar.
Yeah.
Quite I think that's like probably restaurant in his like prime really, actually, 66.
Yeah, I just thought, well.
Fucking hell, man. That was inspired. I liked it.
I think it's on Disney Plus at the moment if you want to watch it.
I'm getting that right. It was not my idea, it was my friend's idea. But I thought that's too far.
I like it. It
actually wasn't my idea, it was actually my friend Gavin had this idea, and I thought maybe I really shouldn't do that, but then I thought why not?
Love it.
This is a safe space.
Yes.
Yeah, truly. Jesus Christ. Okay.
You're on.
I'm ending this on the frickin'. Okay, right. I was going to tell you this as a joke because I thought, yeah, why not? So I was going to pick Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights, the animated Christmas film that he made in 2002. But I thought to myself, I can't do this to anyone. So I'm actually going to go for The Holiday from, is it Nancy Myers that made The Holiday?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Nancy Myers, The Holiday, 2006. So we're going to go back to 2006 to begin with, because when I first went to see this in the cinema, I was extremely hungover and I went with my friends, and it is 2 hours and 20 minutes and I fucking hated it. But over the course of the years, I've watched it quite a few times and I've actually grown to love it. It is the softiest, cheesiest American Christmas film that has ever been made, ever. You know, I think that the whole fake cottage thing with Jude Law and Cameron Diaz is tacky as shit, but I fall in love with it every time. The old man that Kate Winslet becomes friends with in Hollywood, again, freaking genius. It's just one of those dumbass movies that I'm obsessed with at Christmas time.
Eli Wallach.
Hey?
It's Eli Wallach, isn't it?
Yeah, Eli Wallach, yeah. And then obviously, I'm just not, the only thing I'm not a fan of the film is the Kate Winslet, Jack Black story. I'm not a fan of that. I prefer the story between Kate Winslet and the old man. But I'll tell you one funny thing about The Holiday, right? So during the cottage scenes, they filmed them all in Los Angeles. So Cameron Diaz and Jude Law are in LA filming this. So once you see Jude Law in the cottage, he's got a badass tan, so he's brown as hell. But on the shoot that they did in England, he's completely white. So anytime he's outside, he's just completely pale. And then when he's inside, he's tan as hell because he's been in LA. And it's just like, because I know this now, I see this every time. So it's like this weird differentiation. But honestly, I watch The Holiday every year. Some of my friends made me rewatch it a couple of years ago, and honestly, I was like, okay, I understand this now. So
When you can watch with the wife, then is it? It's a
you never watched the holiday?
no.
Yeah, my
Oh,
wife loves that.
I almost got it the other day because I had to buy Last Christmas because I want the kids family want to watch that, and I could have got a double feature for like another couple of pounds the holiday, but I looked at it and thought that's going to be awful. But now
Go for it.
I'm going to watch it now.
Yeah, Dion recommends. But yeah, I love the holiday. It became one of these like recent Christmases, and to be honest, I think it's one of the like last like. It feels like a classic. It's got the consensus of a classic Hollywood film, but just in a modern way. I think it's an interesting turn of the millennium kind of film as well. So yeah,
That film went through a phase of every time I seemed to put like ITV2 on, that was on all the time. Wasn't it?
Yeah. But it becomes a 3-hour venture then with all the commercials in between it. So
Yeah.
I just bought it the Blu-ray eventually, but yeah, we watch it every year. I think I'm going to watch it this weekend actually, if I have time. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so I feel like can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Because I've changed the mic. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I feel like I'm running out of alternative Christmas movie options, but the one that kind of immediately springs to my mind right now is The Lodge from last year, which I know is a very kind of controversial film in the grand scheme of things because it has a rather strong following of people who really like it and a very large number of people who strongly dislike it. I'm in the former, I feel like, group of people because when I first saw this film, I was genuinely unsettled. Like I saw it prior, like that night I saw The Lodge and I saw Long Day's Journey into Night, the Begone film. And The Lodge just completely traumatized me. Its ending is one of the most haunting things I've seen in quite some time. Anything involving this depiction of mental illness and religion strikes me on one hand as problematic, on the other hand incredibly effective in this case, because I didn't feel like it was using the subject matter for the sake of kind of exploiting it. It was rather how people really don't understand the traumatic experiences that people go through, and they want to kind of invoke those experiences on them without consciously realizing how they're breaking those people apart. And this film felt like a really, really effective horror film with a Christmas theme because, kids go with their stepmother on Christmas vacation to this remote cottage, like this remote kind of house in the middle of nowhere. I think it's Massachusetts or something. Yeah. And they go there and, strange things start happening. And I'm not going to say anything else if you've not seen it. But, yeah, that's about it. I think it gets me in a very weird state during the Christmas time. I feel like I'm probably going to rewatch it sometime during the next month.
It's a great film.
It's good, yeah. I think that was Chris's movie, though. But there you go.
Yeah. I feel like I'm stretching the the Christmas theme.
Yeah, but they go to The Lodge at Christmas, so
yeah.
And there's free.
I missed that bit.
And she's amazing. She's amazing in it, isn't she?
Riley Keough is fantastic. Yeah. Riley Keough is fantastic, and I feel like it has a similar kind of a similar theme to Session 9, if you know that film.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me a lot of that in terms of how kind of it talks about schizophrenia and traumatic experiences and mental illness in a way that is rather critical of the people who kind of try to generate this really weird kind of this unaccommodating climate for the people who suffer from these issues. And I felt like its take on religion was rather profound, especially considering Riley Keough's own experience with Scientology.
Yeah,
I told them about your question.
Yeah.
The other day.
Yeah, well done on getting that one.
But the directors didn't really care, did they? They responded to you. So
yeah, well, I feel like it is a touchy subject matter, and you kind of have to, you have to be very delicate when you're talking about something like this, and I understand that.
Do you think you'd have asked that if she was there?
Riley Keough.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, I didn't say I didn't even mention Scientology. I just mentioned like the experience. Like I felt like I just said like the horrors of organized religion is something that I feel like is very interesting to explore, especially in films like this. So I didn't feel like I was very confrontational. I just asked the question.
The audience knew,
and she's been in some amazing films, hasn't she? The project
she's incredible.
She's been in, yeah, really, really good.
Girlfriend Experience, which is a fantastic TV show directed by Amy Simons. Most of the episodes, I think, are directed by Amy Simons. Another great one with her.
I think it's interesting to see that probably two of the best horror films this year, Saint Maud and The Lodge, are both directed by women. And I can't really think of many women horror directors. Can you guys? Or am I behind the times?
Julia Ducournau, the Revenge director Caroline Forgeot.
Anya Lily Lumpur.
That's what did she direct?
Is that A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night?
Yeah, the Iranian.
Oh yeah. That's another fantastic one.
Yeah.
I mean, Sofia Takal. I know you don't like Black Christmas, but like she also directed Black Christmas 2019. There's quite a few actually. I think there's quite a few. Oh, Jennifer Kent, of course.
Yeah, Jennifer Kent.
Oh yeah.
I'm quite late in the horror genre. That's probably the reason.
You could technically say Josephine made the horror with Shirley.
Oh yeah, it is a very disturbing film. Like from the start, it just fills you with this unease and dread. I don't know why.
Yeah. And have you seen her earlier? Her first two films.
Yeah, I've seen all of the films.
Butter on the Latch.
Madeline.
And was it Butter on the Latch and The House was Mild and
Madeline's Madeline. Madeline's Madeline.
And then she got all her shorts are on the Criterion Channel right now as well.
Yeah, I love that Butter on the Latch one, and that's a good one.
Yeah.
It's slow horror, yeah. Old Perkins kind of horror, maybe.
Who?
The Lodge. Reminded me a little bit. It's not like jump scares film, is it? And it's
it's not. But it is intrinsically a horror film. Like it is a really disturbing film. It's something that I saw it the second time with Dion, and I feel like I had a very similar experience, even though I've already seen it. I'd already seen it prior. So.
And we have the popcorn gate as well. Fuck it now. It was like dead silent in the cinema, and there was a guy just munching on popcorn. And this guy said, "Can you stop eating?" And then this British guy was like proper sarcastic. "Oh, these are delicious," and stuff like that. It's like this is like a really tense like point in the film as well. And he's like, and you were like, "Fuck off."
Oh yeah, it's surprising because the first time I saw The Lodge, I had a guy like loudly chewing gum right behind me. He was like with an open mouth, he was like chewing gum, and I looked behind myself and I see him just with his mouth wide open, just chewing gum. And I asked him, and he's like, "What? You can hear this?" Yeah, I can hear this, of course.
The Lodge is like one of the best horror experiences I've had in the cinema in like a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, watch it late at night, no lights on.
Yeah, indeed. It is scarier than Hereditary. I feel like Hereditary is a bit exploitative, and same as Midsommar. Like they're both a bit exploitative of the subject matter. Like they're fantastic films, but I feel like in Midsommar especially, like the depiction of bipolar in the first 5 minutes of the film, I feel like it's rather unnecessary. You could think of something else that's a bit less, that you actually know about, because this is not how bipolar functions. I'm going to tell you that. So, yeah.
I'd say it's similar to. It's got some elements of Saint Maud as well. That's kind of about mentally honest, isn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like Saint Maud is very compassionate, and like in even despite the ending.
Even despite the ending.
Yeah, even despite the ending.
That's also one to watch on a big screen if you can, or lights out late at night. That's really very creepy.
I just can't wait to see that film.
Have you not seen it, Carl?
Nope.
Oh no, it's not available, is it? It was only limited release in cinema. Yeah.
Shocking! Like it's out on Blu-ray. I think somewhat soon. Yeah. That was a press release for that. But A24 completely dropped the ball with it. I feel like they completely disappeared like with that movie. Like they said, Green Knight is coming out next year.
July.
And, July, and Minari is coming out March, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
And Saint Maud wasn't even mentioned.
Minari's coming out in the theaters or on Blu-ray.
I think it's theaters. Yeah, it's theaters.
Minari's coming out April 2nd in the UK.
Oh, yeah, in UK, yeah. In US, I think it's March. And
yeah, it's part of the Oscar push.
Yeah,
I really want to see it.
They're pushing Stephen Yeun for best supporting actor, I think. And the film.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, we got carried away. I apologize to Carl.
By the way, I got some comments here. Eric, how's it going, man? Love the channel, says Collector85.
Thank you. I'm doing well.
And then we also, Collector85 says, Huss, really enjoy yours as well.
Thank you, buddy.
Go for it. And Jimmy D Bags, still not seen Saint Maud anyway. It made me laugh because I did see it, that it leaked online with what do you call it? A cam on a phone. And then I saw people logging it on Letterboxd. Like, I'm just like, how the fuck can you log a film if you fucking illegally watch it?
That was the same with Possessor. Like, Possessor leaked March, I think. And people
was
started logging it, and I was just sitting there thinking, like, of course they're watching it like that. I mean, some people are obviously watching the press screeners, but, let's not,
I watched Possessor last night.
And
what'd you think?
Yeah.
I saw it 2-3 nights ago. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. I saw it.
I think it's a fantastic film.
I think it's, I don't know. It's a bit like someone trying to prove himself a little bit, though, isn't it? A little bit.
I told you he's got daddy issues, David.
Oh. And the body horror stuff is like a bit like, why is he just, seems like it's thrown in a little bit. I don't know. And the violence is just like, I don't know, crazy. But it could have been a masterpiece. Such a shame. But that's only my opinion.
Yeah.
That's the first of his films I've seen.
Well, he's only got 2.
Yeah, he's only got 2. Yeah, Antiviral and.
I really want to see it now.
It's all about Caleb Landry Jones in that movie. He's fucking weird, man.
And it's also really kind of like, it's satirical to a point.
Yeah.
Like it's much. It has like comedic elements to it, which is very incongruous with the subject matter, even though it's so absurd. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about it because it's just weird.
Yeah. You should watch it for sure. I think your stomach, yeah.
Hell yes.
Are we doing for a?
You've been waiting for that.
Oh, I wasn't prepared.
My last one. I cannot believe that surrounded by all these cinephiles, that such a highbrow art house Christmassy film hasn't been picked yet, and I'm the last one. I can't believe no one has picked Rocky 4.
Of course.
You've got everything, haven't you? You've got Sly Stallone, you've got Ivan Drago, Bridget Nielsen, Carl Weathers getting smashed to bits at the beginning. All the montages, all the best bits from 1, 2, and 3 put together into the masterpiece that is Rocky 4.
Hey,
full of power ballads.
What about the Psycho the Robot?
Oh yeah.
No. I erased that bit from my mind. That doesn't exist. No, I do genuinely like Rocky 4 just for the whole and it was good to see like the whole Creed 2 thing as well with Ivan Drago coming back as the trainer, and everyone wanted to see them two, fight again, didn't they, in Creed 2? But I suppose it was better it didn't happen. 2 sort of OAPs rolling around on the floor, but no, I like it.
Hey,
if he dies, he dies.
Rocky 4 is my favorite Rocky.
I think they're recutting it without the robot, especially.
Yeah.
Sly said, like, I don't like the robot anymore in the comment on Instagram. It's like, I don't like the robot anymore.
The robot is a legend. It's the only way it should be watched. Like, release the Psycho cat. Is it Sicko or Psycho? I can't remember anymore.
I saw that in the cinema, the Rocky 4, and the whole crowd's going wild for the final fight. Rocky.
Yeah.
Really wild, really insane.
When did Rocky 4 come out again?
87, 88.
So it's still well, we're the back end of like
Cold War.
yeah, hatred towards communism and all that.
Yeah, just the peaks before it's going to fall. So that's
Yeah, interesting.
Do you think,
what idea at the time.
Yeah.
18-year-old type of thing.
Dimitri, as someone who is Russian, how do you feel like in the 80s, Russians were always the bad guys in movies?
I don't think it's just in the 80s, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Obviously the Cold War impacted everything. Obviously we had this onslaught of Russian villains in cinema. But it's so corny. Like if you look at something like that, you can't take it seriously. I don't think a single Russian I've ever met has ever taken Rocky movies seriously. Most of them really love them. Like it's like, come on, you have to have some sense of self-awareness about like Dolph fucking Lundgren playing a Russian guy. Like
Swedish.
Yeah.
That's already kind of like a red flag. It's the same with the Red Heat. The Arnold movie, Cocainum. That like everybody laughs at that. Nobody takes it seriously.
Yeah, when I watch Asian movies and there's like a cartoonish American villain, I love it.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
We still have it in cinema now. Like even in Tenet, the Christopher Nolan film, Kenneth Branagh plays a Russian.
God. God.
An evil Russian.
I was just sitting there thinking, like, I watched it earlier this week. Spoiler alert: I don't like Tenet, but it's just that I don't know. I felt so yucky watching that movie. I don't know why. It's just like there's something about that film that just felt so like it made me feel uneasy, really uneasy.
It's all about Patterson. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But like, it's like when you have something so cold and dispassionate. How can you really connect with it? And especially you have Kenneth Branagh trying to do this. Oh, hello, I'm a Russian villain.
I think it was the line for me with him that was like the most like stereotypical Russian. It's like, if I can't have you, nobody can.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like it's like it's a quote from Gogol, I think, like the Ukrainian writer. So obviously he used it there, and then the whole the icebergs will melt and the waters will flood the earth. I'm just sitting there thinking, like, is it a climate change movie now?
Oh man,
I couldn't hear it. No, watch it. I'm going to put subtitles on so I understand a word they were saying.
Yeah, on the Blu-ray, I was like that. I think the audio was worse on the Blu-ray than it was when I saw it in the cinema.
Well, I saw it in IMAX. It was very, very loud and very, very big and bombastic.
Yeah,
it's a
when I saw this
visual spectacle. I've no idea what was happening.
Yeah.
Well, at least we have so much good cinema looking forward to. Monster Hunter, Mortal Kombat, all of this coming out in the coming months. I am so pleased, honestly. I'm just so happy.
All the big shiz is coming.
No, I genuinely love I genuinely love Paul W.S. Anderson movies. Like I'm not afraid to say that, they're so much fun. Like the Resident Evil movies, Event Horizon, Three Musketeers, come on.
Event Horizon, yeah, I'm with you there.
Horizon, yeah.
That's the best film, really.
Is there anybody surprised with a few films that wasn't on the Christmas lists? Or?
Nightmare Before Christmas, that's the one I had in my list, and I was expecting someone to pick it, but at the end I just went for the Lodge because a weirder one.
I had Brazil on mine as well.
Brazil. Oh.
My number one was Carol, which was stolen really early on.
Sorry.
You gotta go in hard, Dave.
He did, yeah. He did. He
now I have a vendetta against me.
Not the vendettas against everybody.
Scrooge would be picked.
I had that on my list. I was going to pick Scrooge if someone would have picked any others of mine.
Yeah.
Anyone have Night of the Comet?
No.
Okay, interesting.
The only one I put out was Jingle All the Way because I thought somebody's going to pick it, but it's one of my favorite Christmas films. That's one I like rewatch. I quote the shit out of that film anyway. But,
I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. It's just Phil Hartman in that film.
Oh,
You know what I mean? It's like my favorite line from him is like, "You can bench press yourself out of this one."
Yeah.
Oh god! When he gets punched in the face and he's covered in eggnog, do you know what I mean? It's like, well, that didn't go as I planned. It was just hilarious, man.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
Well, for bad taste, I was going to put the ref because it stars Kevin Spacey of all people. I thought it'd be funny too. I haven't seen it because it's a funny film. It's also Dennis Levy and it's a domestic comedy. It's set during Christmas, and it's a really funny film. Before Spacey get big at all, he was still just a character actor. But it was just the bad taste of doing a film with Kevin Spacey. I was very tempted, but I resisted.
That's crazy.
I had a few more.
Yeah.
Go on.
I had a few more with Killer Santa Clauses on my list too. There was Christmas Evil and a Japanese one with Killer Santa Claus, but I left those off.
Have you seen this Dutch movie called Sant, I think, or Saint, something like that? It's by the director who made Amsterdam, and it's this Saint movie. It's kind of like the evil Santa Claus movie, another one of those, but set within like the Dutch ambiance, and it gives it such a weird vibe. I remember watching it like back in the day, and it was so weird. This was one of my first exposures to like proper mainstream Dutch cinema, and yeah. If you like trashy horror movies, that's the one to go with. Same with Silent Night, like the remake of Silent Night, I think. Santa Slay, oh my god, that's the pinnacle of
What
Santa
about
killing trash.
Frostbitten, a Swedish film?
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I remember that one was pretty good. It's like a horror comedy.
Okay, that's interesting. What's it called again?
Frostbitten is the English title, at least.
Oh, okay.
Gotta check that one out now.
I was talking to Josh about this because he couldn't come onto the stream, and he recommended one for me, which I watched today, and it was on my list as a backup by Jason Eisner. It's a short movie he did called Tree Venge, and it's actually on YouTube. It's a short film. It's only about 16 minutes long, and it's about people cutting down the Christmas trees, and all of a sudden the Christmas trees come to life and start killing people. And it's absolutely bonkers. Like there's a scene where the tree like puts like one of its spikes into someone's mouth, and then it curls up and pushes their eyeball out. And then there's like he does it to two people, and they end up kissing like under the mistletoe, and he's just by him like going into their bodies and just squeezing them together. It's just completely violent and bloody, and it was one of his films he did before Hobo with a Shotgun.
Oh, it's the same director. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's only 16 minutes long, but I found it on YouTube, and it is mad. It's a lot of fun. Like it's so violent and bloody. I'm surprised it's on YouTube.
That's wild.
Yeah, so I would really I'd really recommend it after the stream. It's it's a very short film, but it is a lot of fun.
This is either the best or the worst film ever. I feel like I'm leaning towards the best movie ever. It deserves that title.
Yeah.
It reminds me of things like Mr. Oiza, Canton du Pieux makes, because something he would make, especially like given the message of deforestation.
Yeah, it's basically anti like deforestation. It's a really it's like you just see all these guys going into the forest. They start sawing down the trees, taking them home, and you just hear the trees going like the subtitles of them talking. They're like saying, "Why are you cutting me down?" Like, and then all of a sudden they turn violent. It's crazy.
Yeah. When I picked Rocky 4, I was thinking it was either going to be that or Cobra, because that was set over Christmas. And, but when I've not seen it for a while, and when I was reading about it, it was saying that Stallone was set to be the lead of Beverly Hills Cop, and he dropped out of it at the last minute, and because he wanted it to go a much darker route. It would have been basically like Cobra if he'd have been the star, but can't see that now, can you? Like obviously Eddie Murphy. Well, it would have been a very different film, wouldn't it?
Okay, I've not seen Cobra. I've not seen that film, but I know it's directed by George P. Cosmatos. Is he related to Panos Cosmatos?
Father.
I don't know, but if he is,
Is this his
amazing.
Yeah.
His father.
Is it?
Oh,
Wow.
Is that Bridget Nielsen as well, Carl?
Sorry?
Is it also Bridget Nielsen in Cobra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And I remember there's a scene at the beginning of Cobra because I first watched it when I was a kid, and he's in I think it's like just some shop, and someone's about to rob this store, and there's this really horrible looking guy that it was a bit I used to forward past when I was a kid. He's just a really freaky. I probably watch it now, and it's just I don't know what was wrong with me, but I just seem to remember this. I've not seen it since I was a kid, but I remember this really freaky, horrible looking guy in this store. But I'll have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, it's like a slasher action film mashup, but it's kind of schlock. I love it though. Yeah, I watch it all the time.
Speaking of nasty stuff, I watched Liberté this week.
Oh dear.
Oh, Dion's favorite.
The Freedom, which I actually liked quite a bit. Albert Serra. I'm gonna watch all of his other films. I think two of them. Two of his films.
I watched that Death of Louis the whichever one.
The 16th one.
Have you seen that one? Has anyone seen that one?
It's a bit meh, isn't it?
I need to watch that.
Yeah, it was one of them films where when you think I really should be liking this film, but no matter how hard I tried, it was just a bit too slow. I thought, but
yeah. No, I do like it. Jimmy D-Bag says, can't wait for the new Sean Sonner movie, Ghostlands. Does anybody want to share their thoughts?
Is that the one with Nicolas Cage in it?
Nick Cage and Sophia Boutella. Don't forget that part of it.
Really?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You know that Nicolas Cage is doing that, and he's also doing this movie about killing animatronics.
Yeah.
At the same, he did them both almost at the same time, which is just so bizarre to me.
I know. The thing is about the thing about that Sonner film is I don't think if it's out in Sundance, it probably won't be out until winter next year, probably. I've literally applied for my accreditation for Sundance now purely because Sean Sonner's there. Seriously, because I have to see this film. As seen that. Touch wood.
VPN.
We'll see. But yeah, looks good. Yeah, all. What?
Isn't there another Sono quite recent film?
Usher Street.
Usher Street, yeah.
That's not available in the UK yet, is it? No.
That is a fantastic film.
Is it?
Yeah.
I need to watch Love and Death now. Was it Love and Death? That film you mentioned earlier.
Love and Peace.
Love and Peace. I need to watch that. Catch up with Sono. I'm not seeing enough Sono films. Too many.
I think it was Pete that described it as a Jim Henson on crack.
Yeah.
Yeah. It pretty much is. It's yeah.
And that short one from a few years back's getting a release now, isn't it? It's coming out in a month or two. What's it called? That one he did, was it 2014 or 2016 or something? It didn't have a physical release. What's it called now?
Egg, maybe?
Which one?
Egg, maybe? It had a shorter runtime, but it's not a short film.
No, sorry. I just meant a short runtime, not an actual short. I'll have to Google it now.
By the way, has anybody seen the trailer for the new Ghibli computer-generated
No.
Fucking hell.
It looks.
Well, it's a made for TV movie, so like you know what to expect.
You Wig of the Witch is called. Fucking, this kid is doing it. He's putting his father's name to shame. Like,
Come on. Let's not be as judgmental at the moment. We need to be kind.
I'm only saying visually, it doesn't look that great.
Oh.
But you know, it could end up being brilliant. But you know,
I don't know. It might just take adjusting because obviously we're not used to computer-generated Ghibli movies.
Have any of you seen Promare? Promare, the anime.
Promare.
It's It's by the same company that made Kill la Kill. And Promare is one of the most visually impressive experiences I've ever had with a film. It's basically Speed Racer, but in anime form, like in a different kind of anime form. I know that Speed Racer originally is anime, but like it's in the vein of those like really bright. It's kind of like imagine Speed Racer meets Gundam meets I don't fucking know Power Rangers something. It's mind blowing. Like visually, it's one of the most stunning films I've ever seen.
Wow, looking at it now, it looks.
Yeah, 3.8 on Letterboxd. Pretty good.
Yeah. I think the soundtrack's just been released. It's getting a release from all the anime or something.
It's available on iTunes. Okay.
Has anyone seen Paparia yet?
No, not yet.
It's only like 3 minutes long. That's on YouTube as well, which is like a short anime, which is just absolutely gorgeous. They released it on YouTube, like which is not like illegal on there, but yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous.
I'm still waiting for my HMV Weathering review to come out yet.
I think that's
Have you
coming
seen
out.
it?
I've not seen it yet.
Oh, really? Okay. I was about to go.
I know a lot of the people that reviewed it have given it very mixed reviews. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle because I really loved Your Name, but this one, I don't know. It didn't really resonate with me as much. It's good. It's good. It's just not something you expect. Not something you expect after Your Name. You know.
Your Name's hard to follow.
Yeah.
But, I forgot to ask you, Huss, where did you get your La Haine hoodie from?
Oh, do you like it?
Yeah, where did you get it from?
It was a collaboration they did to celebrate. What was it? 25 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. They released it and like just everything completely sold out. They just done a range of stuff, and it was just. I ordered it, and then I went to see. I want to get a couple other pieces, and everything was just gone.
Wow.
So all I got was a hoodie, a t-shirt, and a beanie.
Is it like Supreme in terms of selling out?
I would never, no, because Carhartt, you never think that Carhartt Whip, which is like the UK equivalent, they just mainly do collaborations, but nothing really sells out like Supreme sort of stuff. But because I think La Haine is just such a, it's such a big thing that people that don't wear, Carhartt purchase some. And just,
I got a free tote bag when I bought it from BFI website. I wasn't expecting that.
But
spoke to BFI,
Yeah, I bought La Haine, the box set from the BFI website. I got a free tote bag, and other people that I know bought it didn't get one. So
privilege.
I'm going to use a tote bag.
I got a free copy from my boss.
Oh, yeah.
Dion flexing again.
Hey, I wouldn't pay 20 quid for that. I will be honest with you.
I agree with you. I mean, like, I'm a cheapskate when it comes to Blu-rays anyway. Like, I feel like I'm the odd one out of all of you because I'm the only one who really doesn't like Blu-rays a lot. Like, I buy the Veracity films I like, the Begone films I like, all that stuff. But and the 4K stuff. The 300 4K one is great, by the way. I'm not sure if any of you are into that, but like the 300 4K is really good. I really loved it. The film grain on that is
Are you saying the film 300?
Yeah, on 4K. Yeah,
4K.
Visually.
Nice.
Wow.
It was on 4K.
It's one of the few films that actually suits Gerard Butler's style as well, isn't it?
300. Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like that Den of Thieves, another good one, which I quite liked.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
The one that what else? There's a new one, Green Line, which I've not watched, but I've heard people say it's actually decent, so I'm very curious about that one. There's something else.
Geostorm.
Geostorm, come on, man! Yeah, of course, Geostorm.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Storm's so much fun.
Is that
It's ridiculous, but wonderful.
Yes.
Laughing the first 10 minutes of that film, it almost killed me just for laughing at the logic of it. It was just,
The fact that Jared Butler goes to space, like he walks into that cabin or whatever thing, like the ship, and he immediately flies to space. No training, nothing. He's incredible.
yeah. Also, I really enjoy Gods of Egypt. It's so ridiculous as well.
I do too.
Yes. I agree with you. Yes, exactly. Gods of Egypt is fun. It's fun.
I'm respecting you guys more and more now, man.
the only one I haven't seen is that one, Geostorm. I think someone said to me, "Is that the one where Gerard Butler punches the wind?" And I haven't watched it after that.
How does he do that?
It's a whole thing with Jared Butler. Don't try to understand it. Feel it.
Yeah.
As Tenet said.
Right.
One with Nick Nolte and Gerard Butler. That's quite a
God.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Shoot out in the woods. What's that?
Yeah.
Is it Angel was calling?
Yeah.
When I saw that trailer, I was like, I know you're gonna help me, Dad. And it's just, oh God.
Actually,
I mean,
he was quite understated in that that one with Peter Mullen on the island where there's a body washed up.
Vanishing.
Yeah. Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen it yet, but I've got it. I just haven't seen it yet. Just haven't watched
He's actually not. He actually doesn't shout in that one. He's actually.
He's the same in Greenland. Greenland is quite understated, but.
When Carl said understated, I thought he's gonna say gamer to take the piss out of us.
Yeah, he's really toned it down for that one.
Oh God!
I mean, that's shout like law-abiding citizen. He's always shouting in that.
Yeah, a law-abiding citizen. Now that's a film.
Imagine being his wife. He just comes down in the morning and bang, he's like, "I want one too." Jesus, just chill out, Gerard.
He has a nice screen presence, I have to say.
Don't you think that's weird that in 300, he's the lead actor and you got Michael Fassbender in there?
Yeah. Before Michael Fassbender was actually big, which was so weird.
Yeah, because it was like a really short period of time between 300 and whatever his breakout was, which was probably what Inglourious Bastards,
Hunger, Fish Tank, Inglourious Bastards.
Hunger and Shame was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But like Inglourious Bastards was sort of like his moment where he became like massive.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Dangerous Method, they did X-Men. So you in a row that just kind of all come out and once and then suddenly he was big.
Yeah.
What's the sequel like to 300? You must have seen that. I've not seen it, but I know it's
I've seen it. I don't mind it. Like it the only things I mind about 300 is its depiction of Persia, of Iran. I feel like it's fundamentally incorrect to do something like this. But I guess it's Frank Miller. So what do I expect?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You know what you're going to get, don't you? When you put on the sequel to 300, if you like 300, chances are you're gonna, you're in the mood for that kind of thing. It's visually the same sort of thing again, but I liked it.
It doesn't have the Snyder touch to it, though. I feel like it doesn't have the Snyder touch, which I quite
definitely
like.
it's definitely not as good as it.
What's up with Frank Miller nowadays? Apparently he's a bit of a nutcase now.
He's
He
always
is. He always gets into like controversial things. Like he always says something like things that are inherently provocative, which I don't understand why. Like he keeps doing this. It's either he is just trying to push something. Like there's a whole thing. I don't follow comics, but I know there's a whole thing about like conservatism in comics apparently being like a huge deal right now. Like people who are like there was Gamergate for like video games, and now there's like Comicsgate or something for comics. I don't know what it is, so maybe I'm talking out of my ass.
There's some
like
controversy about people saying, well, they've gone too lefty, and then people saying we need to go. It's like it's just a bunch of people arguing about something.
Yeah. I don't understand that. Like
it's just everyone thinks they're right, and it's like just have a conversation, just try and talk it out, and stop being idiots.
Because I know Alan Moore, he always said he never voted for anyone. He never got. But I know his films were quite political. He never voted. I think he considered himself an anarchist.
Yeah.
Something. I consider him probably the best comic book writer in the West, really.
Yeah, I think I agree with you because even though I'm not that familiar with graphic novels or comics, I think like by far Alan Moore has like his oeuvre has had like From Hell, Watchmen, V for Vendetta, already three for three. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which is I don't mind it.
The book is better.
The movie is better. Sorry, I'm kidding.
Is anyone fans of Sin City?
Hell yeah.
I like Sin City. Yeah, I like Sin City.
Sin City was like my uni movie. It was like the film that really got me intrigued in how films were made, like completely.
Mm.
Do you know Sky Captain, which is like another which was the CGI movie before I think
Jude Law.
Before Sin City? Yeah, with Jude Law. Yeah. And that movie's completely forgotten. I feel like nobody mentions that film anymore.
I remember that. I remember quite enjoying that. Back in the day.
I saw it at cinema. It was good fun, and I've seen it since then. But it's just, I think it was just too weird from the audience. It was too odd for them.
It's kind of like Rocketeer in a lot of ways. Like it goes back to like the classical Hollywood and the classic sci-fi, and that just doesn't vibe with like early 2000s. I feel like.
Yeah.
It just. But then again, when they did Captain America, after that, 10 years later, they just clicked. So just.
Oh, it's Marvel. Let's all brush off. It's Marvel. That's why it works.
Yeah. The director's Rocketeer, so they just use something worked just to try again.
Hey,
yep.
Marvel doesn't exist anymore. They've got no movies this year.
No, Endgame is done, and that was like the finale, right? Yeah. WandaVision in 2 weeks, I think, or what is it? Like a month?
Well, 3 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 weeks, which is like to me. I think they're doing WandaVision, then the Captain Falcon, the Winter Soldier thing.
May.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, so like not to spoil anything from The Mandalorian. There's one thing that just completely threw me off guard. Like at the end, in the post credits, there's a post credit scene. Yeah. And there's like a thing after that post-credit scene that I was just sitting there thinking like, sure, yeah, okay, interesting, but like, why didn't you announce this during the Disney Plus thing?
I know, hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah, I knew they were filming this. Like there were rumors that they were filming this thing, like earlier last month, I think.
Oversaturation of the market is what I'm calling it. But...
We need Mortal Kombat to come save cinema.
Has anyone watched The Boys on Amazon Prime?
I loved it. it.
Yeah. I watched the first episode. I wanted somewhere else, a new series to get into, so I was going to try start that one, just to know if it was meant to be any good.
I was thinking about watching it because Wales is going into lockdown again on the 28th, so I was like, I might wait till then because I've got 3 weeks of nothingness.
There's something that The Boys, I think in some ways is just taking the piss out of Marvel films. Well, there's little things that they've done. Has anyone seen all of it?
Yeah. No, I'm more of a Watchmen guy as opposed to The Boys. I mean, like
Me
Watchmen,
too,
like
me
the
too.
TV show and the movie and the graphic novel.
Yeah,
but The Boys, yeah,
I'm exactly the same. But there was something that The Boys did because of the. I take it everyone's seen Endgame, yeah.
Mhm.
There's that feminist scene.
Yeah.
yeah.
They did in Endgame, which I've got no problem with feminism. I felt it was really forced.
Yeah.
But there was
That's
something
performative.
in The Boys that was absolutely perfect in the last episode, and it almost like was taking a piss out of, because the whole thing about The Boys is there's these superheroes and they market them like Disney do with their Marvel characters.
Mm.
They're getting the female superheroes to do a film, and the girls really do it. And there's a scene in it which is just absolutely perfect that The Boys did, and I think it was just brilliant. It was violent. It was just so funny and on point. And I think that I don't want to explain it too much because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. But if you've seen it, I think it was just done perfectly. That's something that Marvel should have done. But obviously Marvel can't because they've got to be kid friendly.
Yeah.
Well, I was really surprised though, because that first episode I saw, I was just expecting it to be a bit, PG kind of thing, and then within like half an hour, I saw some guy get like smashed to bits from some girl or something holding hands with the boyfriend, and she just, some other woman superhero was like, if she hadn't have fought this other guy off, she was basically going to get raped by him and all sorts of dark shit. But I thought, it looks.
And that's the thing, like. That's the thing I feel like, it's very nihilistic. And that's one thing I'm not entirely a fan of. Like, it's so nihilistic to the point where it almost becomes a parody of itself.
Yeah.
Like, occasionally. Like, I like the tonal vibe with it. It's so, like, it's disgusting to watch a lot of the times. But I still like it, though. Like, I like the commentary on neo-Nazism, especially. Like, with the character that gets introduced into. Yeah, the alt-right. Yeah, essentially.
That thing.
Like the alt-right is like in this show, she's literally a Nazi. Like not even an alt-right character. Like she's obviously an analogy for like neoconservatism and alt-right ideologies.
But that Watchmen TV show did that better than The Boys.
Watchmen, Watchmen is so much better
because it had the layers of this is the tradition. It's horrible, but this is where we're brought into. And it shows you the generations. It was more complicated than The Boys.
Yeah, Watchmen was about generational trauma and how it affects pretty much everything that it touches. So I feel like Watchmen is such an all-encompassing work. Like even the TV show, which is just like 9 episodes, I think, it conveyed so much thought and care put into the subject that it's talking about. Not just the characters, but the subject matter that it's talking about, which I feel like it's mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, on the first episode when it goes into the Tulsa, that thing that happened in Tulsa.
Yeah,
I never even heard of being in Britain, and it made me want to read up about it, and it was just like absolutely fascinating. I was in awe for every episode of The Watchmen. I just couldn't wait for the next episode. It was just, and I mean, it was more authentic to Alan Moore's vision than the movie was. I mean, it had the whole thing about the squid as well, which the movie didn't even touch on.
Well, it had the movie had like a whole explosion thing. Yeah, like the
I hated that. I was like, do the squid.
Do the squid. Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous, but
that was the point.
That was the whole point of it.
So with the Watchmen then, because I've got the Blu-ray but I've not started it yet. Does it sort of wrap up? So it's like, I know it's like 9 episodes, but is that it, or is it?
That's it. That's it.
Self-contained.
And I finished it and I thought there's nothing they really need to do to the story. It's absolutely perfect. Yeah, I'd love to see another story from other characters in this whole Watchmen universe, but in terms of this story and the whole arc of Dr. Manhattan, I thought they finished it. That was it. they don't need to touch it. It was just
get stuck into that now.
I agree with you, and I think this also, like, if you've not watched it yet, there's a show by Damon Lindelof called The Leftovers, which is incredible. Absolutely, just I had the same reaction to Watchmen as I did when I watched the final episode of The Leftovers season 3. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Lindelof. As you know, Prometheus. I know people hate this, but like it's the kind of Lindelof I really like. The exploration of different kind of themes and identities and different worlds.
Yeah, I've got The Leftovers. I've bought the streaming thing. I haven't watched it. I bought all 3 seasons because they were on sale. So I thought it was interesting, but I still need to get started on it. So I'll just
I think you're probably gonna like it. It has incredible acting. It's just
Regina King. Jesus Christ. She was phenomenal in it. Just absolutely outstanding.
I was reading some critics like end of year lists, but from last year, and I must have seen it 2 or 3 times where a few were saying if they could have included Watchmen as a movie because it's like one long thing, then it would have been their best thing of last year, hands down, by a mile.
Yeah, kind of like Twin Peaks Return thing.
Yeah.
That was stronger than any individual film.
Do you think Twin Peaks: The Return is cinema or TV?
If David Lynch says it's cinema, it's cinema.
It's cinema for me.
Okay, fair enough. I'm kind of mixed on this. I don't know.
It doesn't matter as long as you watch it, really.
Yeah. I mean, I watched it. Unfortunately, at that time, I wasn't able to watch it. Like, you know, I watched things illegally, and I wasn't able to watch it legally. So I watched it all at once when I could. So I bought it digitally when like the final episode dropped. So I watched it all at once, and that's kind of why I still consider it kind of to be cinema. But yeah, I'm not sure how the people who watched it every week reacted to this.
See, it's been so long since I've seen the original Twin Peaks, I can't even remember it. And do you have to sort of go into this? You don't?
No, it's a story in itself.
Yeah.
Back,
it's just the characters. Obviously, the characters have just come back, but it doesn't really follow anything.
It's a really interesting thing with the characters too.
Yeah, the way they turned David Bowie into a teapot.
Don't ruin it.
Labyrinth.
It's not. It's just the start of.
Yeah.
That's just a.
Like just barely touching the surface.
Yeah. Has anyone watched Legion?
The TV show.
Yeah.
No, I've not watched. I know it. Like people say it's good, but it's by Noah. The guy who did Lucy in the Sky.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched the first season. The first season is good, so I need to start on the second season now.
Is Aubrey Plaza in the first season?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I watch?
Yeah, then I probably need to watch. It's just like the whole X-Men thing put me off a little bit. Like the fact that it's kind of still an X-Men thing.
But it's to the side so much. It feels like but it feels weirdly like an early Cronenberg film, like Scanners or something, more than more than X-Men.
Wow. Okay.
I was getting Scanners vibes more than X-Men vibes from this.
It is freaky, isn't it? Like a lot of people say that about it. It's just like it does stand out a lot more.
Yeah. Okay. Like I need to catch up on TV. Like there's the new Luca Guadagnino show that everybody keeps raving about, and I've still not watched it. Yeah, We Are Who We Are. Like I watched the first episode, and I've not seen past that. And everybody, like everyone I talk to who's watched it says it's fantastic. Like one of the best things Guadagnino has ever done. So I don't know.
Wow.
You know, Luca. Yeah.
Luca.
I've still got to catch up on Small Apps. The Steve McQueen one, all on the BBC iPlayer.
Oh yeah, they're all great. Some of them are really good.
I've still not watched the last one. The last one I heard is fantastic. I need to watch the last one.
It's a good one, yeah. I enjoyed them all. Mangrove still stands out. That and Lovers Rock. It's crazy. Is it Sight and Sound said that Lovers Rock's the best film of 2020?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
It's only 58 minutes as well.
Yeah.
Is that the
It's shocking how many like
the party one, yeah.
Yeah.
Shocking how many 50 something minute films we had this year. Like this, Host, I think there was something else that was like 50, 60 minutes that people raved about.
How is everybody's end of year list looking? I know Peter's put his up. I've not watched it yet. So.
Yeah.
I don't take these seriously at all, though. That's the thing. I don't take them seriously because you don't know until about 3 years down the line what your favourite mid year is. Really, you've got an idea.
Yeah.
Mine's all done. I've just not put it in. Done as in I've pretty much seen what I'm going to see, I think, by now, but I've just not put it in any sort of order yet.
I only had one film I couldn't watch because I can't get it. So I'm calling mine in the next few days, I think.
Are you talking about Content de Pieux?
Yeah, they pulled it out in France again now, so they won't bring us out.
Apparently, it's coming out in Russia. It was supposed to come out in Russia in January. Now it's coming out in February. Maybe it's going to get pushed again.
It's coming out February in the UK, apparently, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably going to get pushed back again, which is a shame, you know. Like, I feel like, you know, I've had Undine. I've had I'm thinking of ending things. Undine. I've had that. I've had I'm thinking of ending things and Gretel and Hansel at the top of my list for like as long as I can remember. And at this point, I don't think like anything's changing. Like maybe Nomadland comes out and I'm just blown away. And Minari, but that's the extent of how it probably.
Have you guys seen Minari?
What?
Have you seen it?
I haven't.
That's going to be annoying. That's going to be on my top 10, I reckon. Anyone I've got to watch is About Endlessness, might have a chance. A White Day might have a chance. House of Hummingbird.
That was last year, wasn't it?
Wait, A White Day came out this year? I saw it like 2018.
I can only I do it where films are available for me to watch this year. Otherwise, I mean, it's my own personal top 10 of films that I've seen this year that have obviously come out 19 or 20. Better Days, that's 19. And then I don't know. Otherwise, it just gets a bit difficult to do a top.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
I really want to see the new Anne Hui film, but there's Love After Love. But
I've tried, man. I can't get it anywhere.
That's me with Hong Sang-soo. I need to watch The Woman Who Ran.
Sunday movie.
Oh, what?
Yeah, did you not get the email?
No, I only got the Curzon emails about like apples and all of the March stuff.
Yeah.
I was saying to you as well today, wasn't we, Dion, that Ma Rainey's Black Bottom.
Black Bottom.
That's on Netflix today, isn't it? That's on Chadwick Boseman's last film.
Yeah. That's like I said, there's going to be a lot of hype around it, definitely. So, yeah.
Do you think is it warranted though, or is it just because it's his last film?
I would say it's warranted because, to be honest here, I've only seen like Chadwick Boseman in like really shit like.
The Five Bloods, dude. The Five Bloods, one of the best films of the year.
He wasn't really much in that, was he?
Delroy Lindo is like 1,000 times better in that film than the rest of them.
But you know, like the Five Bloods, his character was the main kind of thing about it. It wasn't really his performance; it was more like the character that was important to this.
Well,
I forgot about that.
The Five Bloods is in my top 10 of the year, but I watched a really sad interview the other day because one of the I can't remember the actor's name, but he's one of the older guys in the film. One of the ones from The Wire, but there's quite a few from The Wire in it. And he was basically saying that his dealings while they were filming that with Chadwick Boseman was that he thought he was a bit of a dick, and he said because every time I'd see him, he'd have his entourage around him, all pampering him, and he said, and it's because he kept all this sort of this illness he had quiet and didn't tell anyone. So what they were actually doing was in between takes, we're just helping him out with the pain and with whatever he was going through. And this guy basically was like welling up saying, you know, it was my bad. I feel like such an idiot now, you know, and I want to apologize to his family that I felt that way. Because he wasn't. He was basically going through all this shit, and I thought he was just being a diva. And you know, he's obviously got a lot of upset and regret about that now.
I can't imagine filming in the jungle and having cancer at the same time was not exactly going to work very well, was it? So,
well, it worked for him because he made something wonderful with that film, I think. Like he was really like in The Five Bloods, his character and his performance was something that stuck out to me.
Delroy Lindo's just going to get nominated for everything with that movie, though.
Yeah.
I love that film.
How's Huston Eric's list looking?
Erik
I don't-
doesn't really do one.
No.
You don't list, do you? I forgot.
Crazy.
For me to get
You just
Asian
have
stuff.
to hack. You just have to hack his spreadsheet to find out.
Asian horror lists, and I still have movies from 2016 I can't track down. So I'm just gonna have to do 2016. You know, eventually.
A retrospective.
I could keep track of my letterbox every 5 minutes. I think
I'm
memories.
still,
Yeah,
That's
mine-
my favourite film of 2015.
Yeah.
Just a few days ago.
my list.
That's right.
Yeah, my first one's been the same for like my favorite movie has been the same for the last 6 months.
Yeah, mine too.
Wow.
Because I've not seen. It's a film that's just like blew me away. And
But is it Time to Hunt? Because I just watched Time to
No.
Hunt because you know you raved about it and I watched it.
yeah,
Quite
but
like
it wasn't my favorite movie of the year.
Yeah,
I liked it. I had a lot of fun with it. It'll probably make my list, but it wasn't my favorite film. I mean, it's not my favorite Korean film. I think.
Yeah, because like you gave it 4.5, and like I never see you like give such high ratings, like on Letterboxd specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably, if I think about it now, I'll probably give it a lower mark. But I think The Man Standing Next was my favorite Korean film. Well,
Okay.
no. The Woman That Ran was my favorite Korean film. I think The Man Standing Next was probably my second favorite Korean film of the year. I mean, there wasn't been that many great Korean films this year.
Cool.
That really, the cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Like it
there's
just
so much, there's so much they could have done with that film.
Oh, I loved it.
I'm
easily pleased, though.
I've got a question here from Andre. Has Hus seen Alice in Borderland on Netflix yet?
TV show. Oh yeah. I've no. I don't really watch that many TV shows.
I've seen the trailers for it. It looks quite interesting. It's is it Korean or?
it looked like Saw, like for some reason, like one of those like escape room because like they're going through like some game show or something, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
Japanese,
sure.
Isn't it?
It's Japanese, yeah. I've heard really interesting things about it, so I'm gonna check it out. But I've not seen it. Have you watched Erik?
No. It takes me forever to get to TV shows, man.
Yeah,
Such a
I mean,
time.
yeah. The director who did I'm a Hero, which I liked.
Yeah. I put it
I think
on
there's
the
a Korean like zombie show or something called Sweet Home. I'm not sure. Sweet something. I don't know. Like it just came out on Netflix too, and it looked really weird. Like it looked like J horror with a lot of CGI, and I'm not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah,
Andre-
Sweet Home. Yeah.
Andre
Sure.
says the Alice in Borderland. It's like Battle Royale.
Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool.
I like this. I like that.
It reminds me a little bit, like the visually at least, it reminded me a little bit of As the Gods Will, I think. By by the man, the myth, the legend. Mickey.
I'm still trying to cram in a few films over the next few days. I'm halfway through Martin Eden.
That's a
pretty
good film.
So far. Yeah.
That's a good film.
I watched a film night before last called Sputnik, a Russian film, sci-fi film.
Yeah, that's a one I'm kind of, I feel so weird on that film because I'm Russian and I don't really like it, but every single person who's not Russian really likes it.
I was going to say,
So-
it's got so many people raving about it. And,
Exactly, and I don't get like, am I taking crazy pills? Like, you know, it's
No,
like everybody who's Russian doesn't like it. Who I know like who's Russian doesn't like it, but every single person who's not Russian, they really like it. I don't know what it is.
I didn't think it was bad. It just wasn't. It wasn't anywhere near as special as what people were making out. The effects were good for a relatively, compared to Hollywood, low budget film, but it's nothing. Wasn't doing anything new, really, was it?
It's £4 on iTunes at the moment.
Yeah, I think I just got the DVD. because it came out a few weeks ago in the UK for like £7.
Yeah, I just saw it on iTunes and HD for £4 and thought, yeah, why not give that a go?
Yeah.
But then I thought Proxima was a sci-fi film. It wasn't, but Sputnik is it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Sputnik is a sci-fi. Yeah.
Okay.
There's another Russian sci-fi that, it got bad Russian reviews, but apparently it's getting released in like the US, I think, it's either IFC or someone else, and it's called Kola Super Deep. It's about like a super deep station where there's like the Thing gigantic body horror monster. Shit goes down. I don't know. Like it got bad reviews in Russia. That's all I know.
What, just like Guardians?
How did films like Leviathan go down in Russia?
Now that's an interesting question because there's a vocal minority of people who strongly dislike it because they think it kind of exploits the image of the poor, the lower class, and it kind of doesn't, from the point of view of Zvyagintsev, to them it doesn't come off as honest, which I disagree with. I don't think it is. Like with Russia, it's such a delicate subject matter, so you have to approach it in the most blunt way possible oftentimes, because otherwise people wouldn't really, I feel like people outside of the Russian speaking circle wouldn't really get the degree to which this absolute atrocity is occurring, like the degree to which horrors in real life just happen, like Loveless. It's a really straightforward film when you think about it, but within the context of the Russian society, it really isn't anything special. Like it really isn't something revelatory. And that's what strikes me as the most horrifying thing about it. There's quite a few Russian directors I could recommend you who I really like. There's one called Ivan Tverdovsky, who is this young director. He made this film called Zoology. There's another film he made called
Did Arrow do
Junkman.
a release of that?
Yeah, Arrow did Zoology.
Yeah.
There's another film he did, Jumpman. It's about a kid who gets abandoned during birth, and like the woman goes to this orphanage, and he stays there, and he grows up, and then his mom picks him back up. She takes him back in. She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm your mother. I'm gonna take you back in," and she starts exploiting him with the police. And basically, what they do is because he has like an illness, he can't feel pain, so he jumps under cars. Like he literally jumps under cars to get run over, and they exploit the money from the people who like run him over. So like the people who run him over, they basically bribe the police, and that's how their whole scheme functions. It's a really dark film, especially like
what did you say it was called?
It's called Jumpman.
Jumpman. I'll check that out.
The dude who did Why Don't You Just Die? He's Russian, wasn't he?
Which one? Sorry.
Why Don't You Just Die? It's Russian.
Oh yeah, I love Why Don't You Just Die. It's so much fun. I love that film.
It's a real talent. I think is that his debut film. I think so.
It is his debut film. He had like a couple of short films, I think, but it is his debut film. And for a debut,
it was astonishing. I thought.
And the whole, if you remember the scene when the kid, who gets out of jail because like he committed the murder, and then like they bribe the police officers, and he gets out of jail. Do you remember that scene? Like the rich kid. And his entire outfit is basically this stereotypical upper class Russian guy outfit. It's this like tracksuit with the word Russia on it, and it's with gold. It's with gold gold. It's a very stereotypical image, and one that I feel like people from outside of the Russian circle wouldn't get. But for me, it was just so hilarious. I feel like it is the kind of film I doubt the Russian government would ever finance again, because I feel like it wasn't it was partially financed by Russian government, but it was mostly independent. So yeah,
I can remember the first Russian film that I sort of like modern Russian film that I really loved was How I Ended This Summer.
Yeah,
seen that one? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes. I think the actor who plays the lead is very talented. He was in The Most Dangerous Man, I think, based on by Anton Corbijn with Philip Seymour Hoffman and Rachel McAdams. Yeah. He played like the quote unquote terrorist in that film.
I didn't realize it was him.
Yeah, it was him. He's really talented, I think. Yeah. But he's not in the movie. Like I've not seen him since then. Yeah, no. I don't know where he is, but yeah, I think How I Ended This Summer is really good. And there's another film called Hard to Be a God is fantastic. I think a lot of people are kind of iffy on that one, but I think it's fantastic.
I'd say masterpiece for that film. I just absolutely love it. I love it so much, really do.
I can't keep up with these recommendations.
Sorry, I let out my Russian side. I can let out my German side, but you won't like it. Just too much. Like with Russia, it's very easy because like I have Balagov to recommend, who did Beanpole and who did Closeness. By the way, if you've not seen Closeness, I strongly recommend to check that out. It's his debut before Beanpole, and that film is fantastic.
What year was that? What year was that from?
2016, I think. It was in Cannes. Yeah, Closeness. Yeah, Closeness. It's about this tumultuous state of Nalchik in Russia, where you have this Jewish wedding that has a situation during it. People get abducted, and it's how like the family kind of copes with it and deals with it.
I'll check that out as well.
Ooh, got some nasty stuff going on in it though.
Which one? Closeness. I mean, there's one scene of real war violence. Like there's one scene that like when the characters are watching real footage of people being slaughtered, that I felt like was really uncomfortable. Other than that, it's just a really dark film. That's all. Like that's just one scene that was very.
I would love it then.
Yeah,
you wouldn't think it either, would you? Because Beanpole was just such a barrel of laughs. It's like.
Well, the first thing was funny when she broke his arm. That was really funny.
Yeah.
Oh well, I was at the Q&A with the director when Beanpole came out, and he's such a reserved man. Like when you think about his films, you wouldn't really guess. Like he's just such a like he's wearing his Balenciaga shoes, his like hoodies. He's just like this really kind of hipster looking guy. He walks in there, he sits down in a chair, he starts talking about Beanpole, and you think about like, oh yeah, and somebody asked him like whether they think like Beanpole is a queer film. And he's like, no, I don't think it's a queer film. We won the queer palm by mistake. So it's just such a weird vibe from him. He seems like a very good guy, but it's just like he's so. I feel like he's a very kind of uncomfortable around other people. That's kind of my story about a director. I had to flex like Dion did with Sean Baker.
Flexing like a mofo.
So what Blu-ray did Sean Baker buy then, Dion?
That was my question to him, and I don't think he answered.
He bought the Ferrara Pasolini film. He bought Little Malcolm. Is it Little Malcolm? The one with what's his name?
The BFI one.
The BFI one. I don't know. We got like 10 altogether. I really don't remember. It was like, what, 4 years ago now. He didn't buy me nothing. Yeah, but yeah, I remember he bought the Pasolini one. And then obviously I knew he's quite chummy with Ferrara now. So.
What? Why? I don't get the reference.
Oh, they're friends now. Like, I think after, they got to know each other through something because he did a Q&A with him for Tommaso, for the release of Tommaso this year.
That's
yeah.
Have you seen Siberia?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We've seen Siberia.
Love Siberia. Fucking crazy.
Do you prefer it to Tommaso?
It's completely different kettle of fish, my friends.
All right.
I've only seen Siberia, and that movie blew my mind. So
completely different. Like, yeah, but I don't know. I like Tommaso on different levels, like Siberia on different levels. So yeah. So what's everybody's Christmas like movie watching kind of plans over Christmas, or is it just see how it goes? Hey?
I only sort of watch Christmas stuff with the kids, really. So the rest of it's just me watching stuff. I watch stuff with my wife, and then when she goes to the bed, the weird shit comes out. So
Smiley.
Okay.
Wow.
One cool
Old school.
films to watch with wife and films to watch on my own, but all going to be ones I got a chance of getting in my top 10, like I said, but 8 or 10 to go still.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in the UK because of Brexit, so I can't go home visit my family, which is really, really a shame, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Tory.
is the lockdown just as bad over there as well?
I mean, depending on where, because I have family in Russia and Germany. In Russia, there's no lockdown whatsoever. People are dying there. People are absolutely, like, my sister just had COVID. All of my friends there had COVID. Seems like everybody has had COVID in Russia. They're downplaying it to the point where it's at this point, it's ridiculous. Like, people are dying left and right, and they're not really giving out the real numbers. So it is a really tragic situation. I feel for everybody who's there right now, because they're not locking down anything. They're not locking down cinemas, shops. People are traveling in the underground like they used to. Everything is absolutely the same.
Wow.
In Germany, it's a bit more kind of tight, because they keep closing down, they keep opening up. There's a whole thing with like German. It's not like a tier system, but I feel like they have it better under control than in the UK. In Russia, it's a completely different thing. Russia is yeah.
Germany's in full lockdown. I spoke to a friend of mine in Germany a couple of days ago, in full lockdown. Even the hardware shut. She said
everything. Yeah. My girlfriend's mother lives in Germany. Just nothing.
Yeah.
So the end of January at least.
That's crazy. Yeah. You come down to Hackney, the first day of the lockdown that we had a few weeks ago, like the first weekend, the streets were packed. I couldn't even walk on the pavement, like, to go to a shop to get food. I actually have to walk on the road because the pavements are so packed, just to social distance.
Wow.
It was that crazy, and I'm just like thinking, no wonder Hackney is one of the worst hit areas in London.
Yeah,
it's madness. I mean, unless I'm there pretending to cough like on everyone, people for you. You'd be like,
see, down here in Cornwall, it's obviously like been one of the safest places in the UK. But like in the summer, you know, you've got a lot of Cornwall is like what it would be like. What I would have sort of, because I'm from Manchester, but down here it's like everything's like it would have been, say, in the 90s in Manchester. It is quite backward down in Cornwall. A lot of the places are. But so you've got a lot of smaller sort of shops and things like that are relying on all these, relying on tourism basically. But at the same time, you know, we don't want everyone coming down in the summer, but they did. And, you know, I even heard people saying, going into shops without a mask on and being asked to put a mask on and saying, no, we've come on holiday to get away from all that. And it's like, for fuck's sake.
Wow.
That's exactly what they said. I've come on holiday to get away from all that. What? So you're just gonna you just want to unbelievable.
Is Cornwall still in tier 1?
Yeah.
There's like only 3 places in the whole of UK tier 1. That's places like that, like Cornwall, and places where no one goes, like Isle of Wight. The only time you go there is to go visit someone in the prison, or islands on the coast.
Black Gang Chine, dinosaurs.
It literally is. The only reason you'd ever go to Isle of Wight is to go visit, because it's got a Category C prison in there.
Yeah.
If you know anyone in the prison there, you'll go see them there. It's just like,
that's hard.
The only reason. I've been to Isle of Wight. There's nothing to really see there. It's a mission to get there. You have to go there by ferry, and just like
crazy.
Yeah, this is what we get for being this really not accommodating people. I feel like there's so much we could do as human beings to really shield others from the horrors of it all, but we don't. I have a friend, not a friend, sorry, and a person I know in Russia who said that COVID is fake and that nothing's going on. Back in March or April, now they have 70% of their lungs dead. Like they're basically like at this point they will be lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
So I hope they get out. I hope they get out of the ICU. I hope everything is fine with them. But to have this train of thought and then to get hit with like something like this is just, I don't know, unbelievable to me.
That's happening in America as well, isn't it? Same thing in America, denying it.
Yeah.
I got to go, guys. So my 19-year-old daughter wants picking up. So
Uh-oh.
could be messy, couldn't it?
Good luck.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'm
We're going to call it a night anyway, probably right now.
Yeah.
Want to spoil the party.
Almost. We're pushing 4 hours already.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
This is nothing to what we used to do in the summer.
No.
Especially when Erik was on, he'd push it even longer. We were on it for like 5.5 hours that day.
Oh, Dimitri was on that one too.
Yeah.
I had 6 hours. I had a 2-hour Christmas party at work, 5 o'clock. So I'm getting for quite a few. Yeah. That's not why I'm going. I've got to get my daughter. So duty call.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
I'll see you later, guys. Thanks.
See you later.
See you later.
Take care.
Yeah. Wow.
This is. I was honestly shocked when I found out that it's like, what is it? 7 people today. just I don't know. I never experienced anything quite like this.
There's more organized than we thought.
That is surprisingly organized. You know, I may be a little bit of a talker, too much, but you know, my apologies.
Oh,
I get very excited when I talk about film.
There wasn't too much of like people talking over each other, there was there, so it sort of worked out. I think the bell helps.
The bell helps. Maybe the bell stay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's someone I was talking to. Shut up, basically. That was the thing. He's okay.
It's like the Oscars.
Oh God. Maybe just get a keyboard next time. Play some really soppy music. Like you have to leave. Like feck off. Yeah. Do that.
Do any of you play video games? Which is interesting to me, because I was interested to hear what you think of Cyberpunk.
I want to get it.
I've refunded it. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't. It's just like I'm playing it on Xbox, and it just no. It was basically unplayable for me.
Oh, well, I'm playing my Super Nintendo system this week, so
hell yeah!
Oh, nice. What are you playing?
Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, and then Tecmo Bowl.
Oh yeah. That's
all action.
Link to the Past. Oh my god, that's like I played the remake recently, like the Nintendo Switch remake of it, which is surprisingly great. I thought it would be very dumbed down, but it's not. It's really intricate.
Yeah, I tend to buy video games like months later when they're a bit cheaper and they've had their updates.
That's wise. That's really wise.
It's like it's a waste of time otherwise. It's a waste of money because you're messed about. So
I only buy Yakuza games when they come out on release. They are the only ones I buy when they come out because those games are incredible. If you've never played a Yakuza game, play Yakuza 0, which is just one of the best.
Yeah, I'm playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot with my daughter. Once we've completed it, we're hoping to go on to Final Fantasy 15.
Okay.
Because she's so young, I don't think she could play turn-based RPGs, but she likes RPGs. Well, Final Fantasy 15 is more of an action RPG. And,
you should play Monster Hunter with her. Because the Monster Hunter is kind of like, I feel like the gameplay loop is a bit like Kingdom Hearts in a lot of ways. Like you go there, you smash, you start bashing buttons.
Yeah, we were playing Kingdom Hearts 3 for a little while, but I think I was really surprised, but she got bored of it. Even though it's like got all the princesses in it, like Rapunzel and Elsa.
Frozen, yeah,
and she got bored of it really quickly. So that's why I bought Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, because she watches the TV show, and she just loved it. She it was just like she's like, I've even bought her some of the Funko Pops of the Dragon Ball, and she's just like plays with them all the time. Just like,
I really like Dragon Ball Fighters, which is like a fighting game with Dragon Ball characters in it. That's another really good one. It's like 2D. It's not 3D like the Kakarot games. It's like 2D, and it's quite fun.
Yeah. I was gonna get a PS5, but they're like gold dust.
Yeah.
Well, the point, but it's crazy.
I mean,
can you play 4K on PS5s?
You can play. I have an Xbox Series X, and I quite liked it. Like, actually, I feel like the Game Pass in it, like the whole Game Pass thing, because I don't really buy a lot of games. I genuinely don't. I don't have a lot, like that much money to buy games on release. And I bought Cyberpunk like an idiot, and I refunded it today. So, the Game Pass thing, you basically pay like what, £7 a month, something like that. And you get like a whole array of games. It's incredible. Like it's the best value you could get. I could never, like, I will never be able to play all of these games. I'm just telling you, like, there's just too many. All of the Yakuza games are on there. So
you can get free games on Epic just now, the Epic Store.
Oh yeah. The City Skylines yesterday. Today it's like Oddworld, I think.
Yeah, I was just doing that when we were talking about that last game. I forgot about that. I wanted to do this now.
Dimitri, which is the Yakuza game with Kitano in it?
Oh, I forgot. I am a terrible Yakuza fan.
They've had some big Japanese.
That was like a while. Like Yakuza 5 is the weirdest one because it's like the longest one, and it took so long to complete it. So I may be forgetting. Like the 3 to 6 ones, those are the ones I keep forgetting all the time because I feel like 4 is great. 6 and 5 are kind of, the 5 was too long. 6 was just I don't know.
Are they separate stories? They're not connected.
Mostly, yeah, I would say so. I feel like no, I mean, I would suggest you play Yakuza 0 to get the background of the characters. Like you have Kazuma Kiryu and Goremajima, and they get introduced there. Even though it's a prequel that came out after the release of the first like 5 games, I think, but. The first two got remastered. They're called Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2, and there are remasters of 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and then there's a 6th one, which is like a finale to the Kiryu story. But there's a new one called Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon, which is a completely different thing. It's about a new character, so you can start with either 0 or 7, depending on how you want to go about it. 7 is turn-based. 0 is more like a brawler. So like you kind of mash buttons in 0. 7 is more like Final Fantasy.
Okay.
The worlds are so expansive in those games. Like
More of an action RPG.
It's not really an RPG. It's like imagine GTA, the satire on America, but satire on Japan here. And with a rather strong focus on the narrative as opposed to the world, because the open world is a bit small. Like it's much smaller than like GTA and all of the other open world stuff, but it's so alive. Like it's like Kamurocho, which is like the main city in the Yakuza 0. It's kind of like Kabukicho in the real world, but they kind of have to play it up a little bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kitano was in 6. Sorry, I completely forgot. Yeah. I maybe like 6 for me was like the one that I was kind of not sure about. Maybe that's why I forgot about. Yeah. Sorry, went off topic.
Yeah. I have a Death Stranding, but I still haven't played it yet.
Death Stranding is a masterpiece, I think.
Yeah, things that I'm in a movie mood at the moment, so when I had games mood, that's when I've got it ready to go. But.
Mm-hmm.
Kojima is just a king. I mean, the Metal Gear Solid games are just pure perfection. I mean, the last one is so replayable. That's the thing. Yeah. And it's just great characters. I mean, Big Boss is just what a character he is. And
have you played Death Stranding, Hus?
No, not yet.
Okay. I'm curious if you're excited for the MGS movie now.
Yeah, who's isn't
Oscar
it,
Isaac.
Oscar
Oh,
Isaac
yeah,
as
No.
Snake.
yeah.
Yeah,
Was it Snake or Big Boss? Is he playing?
I'm not sure. I think he's playing both. I don't
Because they
know.
are clones. They're clones anyway.
Yeah. I'm not sure. That's the thing. Like I've always felt like that game is like it's impossible to adapt. Like you have things like Mortal Kombat, which are easy to adapt because it's such a straightforward thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like MGS, like how do you do that in a movie? It's just so weird. Like you have to keep all the weird things intact, but that means your film is going to be so tonally inconsistent. Like it's just going to be mind blowing. Like it works in a game. I don't think it works in a movie that way.
No.
I feel like Assassin's Creed movie, they took the bit that everyone didn't like with the games and made it the film, and it was like, why'd you do that?
Everyone likes the historical stuff. Keep the anime stuff like out of there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't mind that movie, to be honest with you. I found it to be like it's dumb fun. Like like Fassbender is hamming it up. You have Jenna Malone, I think, in the historical sequences, and you have Marion Cotillard in the anime sequences, which was such a weird like the whole like Jeremy Irons was in that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good enough. It was well directed, but it was a wrong film.
Have you seen who they've cast as Raiden in the Mortal Kombat film?
Yes, Tadano Masano, I think. Was it? Yeah. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Like Sub-Zero is played by the guy from Night Comes For Us.
Joey.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm like that immediately sold me. And then I saw Tadano Masano is playing Raiden, and like that's a dream cast.
When's this come out?
April, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it depends which Asano ends up. The 40 Ronin or 4.
Yeah.
God, he's just used so. He's done so many great Japanese movies, and then when he's in the West, that's the thing. He does like
The Outsider.
So yeah. Which is just that's the thing.
And it's a first-time director doing Mortal Kombat too. Just like Paul W.S. Anderson was when he did the 1995 Mortal Kombat movie. He was also a first-time director, so it's interesting. It's also produced by James Wan. So like
Shopping first.
What?
Shopping. We did a film called Shopping before that.
The guy who did Mortal Kombat, really?
Yeah, Paul Anderson. He did.
Oh, Paul Anderson. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's true.
But then again, the guy who directed Annihilation was his first time film. Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
But he's also a cinematographer. He was a cinematographer on the first Mortal Kombat movie, I think.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. But it's so weird. It's so.
Do you think they'll go full rated R like Night Comes For Us, or?
They said it's going to be rated R, and James Wan, like when he was talking about it, he said we're going for a full R-rated Mortal Kombat movie. Which it could go either way. It could be this edgelord violence for the sake of violence, which I wouldn't really like. I don't think that's a good idea. Or it could go in an interesting direction. The recent animated Mortal Kombat movie was actually pretty good. Mortal Kombat Scorpion's Revenge, I think that's how it's called. I like that one. I thought, it was fun.
Get over here.
Exactly. Yeah, I think when it comes to video game movies next year, it's going to be wild. We have Resident Evil, the reboot, directed by Johannes Roberts, the guy who did 47 Meters Down and The Strangers 2. So that'll be interesting. They actually I don't know if you're into the Resident Evil lore, but like they have the RPD, which is like a Resident Evil, like kind of the police station, and they have the mansion, which is from the first game. The RPD is from the second game, and the mansion is from the first game. And they basically rebuilt both of these locations for the new movie, allegedly. Like there are leaked set pics where they have like the RPD, which I feel like is so cool. Like even though it's pure fan service, it's just nothing. But still, they went to these lengths. I think that's already admirable.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Monster Hunter is next. So
Well, we don't know when that's coming out though. So
Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
No.
like it was pushed back in the UK, right?
yeah, I had an email today, but it didn't say when.
God damn! It came out in it came out in Netherlands, it came out in the US, but I have no idea.
I think it was out for one day in Holland.
Really?
in China.
And then they got,
Oh yeah, it was banned in China. Yeah, for like the weirdest reason, like the most. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a joke in bad taste, but it's just a stupid joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
anything else we want to add to anything? Or we'll be done.
I think we're done.
Hello, Renee, by the way. Sorry.
Hello, Renee.
Nice to see you again.
I've just checked. We have quite a few comments. I don't even...
Yeah, we've got Jimmy D Bags. Picked up Reckon for a Dream 4K. King of New York, also Parasite Steelbook, which is the black and white one. Irishman Criterion. Need to watch it over Christmas. The Shuri Imamura Arrow Academy Blue set. Watch it over Christmas also. And then we have a question. Anybody has ordered the Howl's Moving Castle big Ghibli set? I haven't. I think it's just
It's really expensive.
Oh, it's dear, isn't it?
that Totoro one's still expensive, and the Kiki one as well. I'm just like, nah, can't do it.
How much is it?
I think this one's over 100, isn't it?
Wow.
So, I saw,
70? I can't remember. It's
okay.
fucking crazy.
Do you know what I really liked was the Perfect Blue big box, the Ultimate Collector's Edition. And then that was like last week, it was £60 from 100. And I thought, oh, maybe. And then I looked today, completely sold out.
Wow. I mean, there's quite a few Perfect Blue fans, I think. Like, I remember when they played it at the Prince Charles Cinema in London, it was sold out in mere, like, hours.
What else do we have? Then we'll talk about the Cyberpunk playing on it.
Yeah. I played it on Series X. I read the comments saying like it runs perfectly fine. For me, like about like the performance mode, it looked awful, like visually unappealing to the point where I was just like it was buggy as hell. And the quality mode, which is like the visual mode, it just ran. I don't know, like not the problem with the 30 FPS cap, but the problem with the way it kind of functions. Because there was a moment where I jump over, like there's a crate, there's a mission early on where you have to jump into like the vent, like not really a vent, but you have to climb up, and it's one of the first missions where you get the drone, and I climb over this crate, and I fall down, I drown out of nowhere. I'm in a building and I drown by falling down under the textures, and I die, and I have to restart from like the previous checkpoint. And the previous checkpoint was before like the whole shit goes down. So it's just bizarre.
You wouldn't want to play it.
Yeah, 75 quid for the set.
75 quid.
Yeah,
On the movie.
I can't do it.
Yeah, 75 on Amazon.
Right, Mr. Hush, shall we call it a night since we were over before?
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us, guys. To Erik, Dimitri, Carl, Pete, thank you very much. And we'll probably see you all in the new year, you know. Thank you very much, everyone who's been in the set, in the chat. Yeah, absolutely fantastic little conversations we've had. A great Christmas.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Hanukkah and Happy Kwanzaa and happy every single holiday you're celebrating. I feel like with the amount diverse cultures in the UK, we'll get through this. We'll get through the shitstorm that's coming soon.
Yeah.
Shitstorm.
Yes. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
well. It's fine, lads. Okay.
All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Night, night.
Night, night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.